Good evening, everyone. I thought I was done with the whole late starts thing, but it's been quite the past couple of days. Let me just take a quick second here and make sure that we're set up properly. We've got Book of Hours tagged. We have got quality settings. It looks like we're good to go. Now, I do just want to make a quick note for those of you who might be kind of stopping by expecting a usual thing. On Mondays, I normally do Old World, and Hooded Horse in general, but I've been doing Old World lately, and I'm really looking forward to getting back into that. Um, but I am kind of conscious of the fact that this is the last week that we have solar, and there's a possibility for me to, let's say, cool. Sorry, I just saw a notification on a book that I borrowed. It's still fine. But yeah, so the fact of the matter is there's only another week with this game, and while I can record things ahead of time, it really does not sit that well with me because the time that it takes me to record a video, upload it, and then give people a chance to be able to watch it, particularly with the really long videos. I just think what's going to happen is the people who are really invested in Book of Hours are not going to be able to sort of see this long, coherent run. And more importantly, I like the game. I like it a lot, actually. So in this case, I've decided this week I'm probably going to make all of the casts Book of Hours casts, if I'm completely honest. But one way or the other, we'll get as much as we can out of the beta. My hope has always been for the betas to get to the limit of the content that they well, maybe not the limit of the content, because the thing is that like I've never really engaged with crafting all that much, but at the very least like get to the limit in terms of the rooms and to be able to sort of read as much as I can. And with that, how do I put it, like that's obviously harder and harder to do the closer we get to release because more and more of the house is unlocked. And the fact of the matter is, right, that I think this is intended to be something like a 30 or 40 hour game. Now, I suspect probably as I learn more about the game, I think the first run's supposed to be 30 hours. Books of the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. Now I'm going to take a second here and just make a note of the patch because I actually forgot to email my patch notes. There were only it's like 7 or so. But yeah, I did want to make sure that I had the right version number. Okay. I completely lost what I was going to say. I need to say I did not get a lot of sleep last night, so I'm going to be a little more scattered than usual. But yeah, so I think, obviously it's like Cultist Simulator, right? I think it's fair to say that's, 20, 30 hours of gameplay. But in order to be able to, to achieve an Ascension victory in... after you've achieved one before, it's probably not 30 or 40 hours. Like, you learn something over the course of playing the game. Now, with that in mind, you have the DLC, Priest and Ghoul. I really like Priest. I don't quite know... I actually think Alexis has said that it's one that he's not... He didn't feel he was... 100%. I don't know the exact quote, but I think he'd sort of said something kind of apologetic about Priest compared to the other DLC. And, again, like, obviously just, even in the case of the author, right? Like, if I enjoy it, like, does the author sort of feeling... And, like, again, please don't take that as saying, it's like, even the author thinks that's a bad DLC. That's not what was said. I think it was more just sort of... somebody kind of commenting on not quite feeling that Priest was what it was. I should either get the quote or I shouldn't repeat this stuff. But yeah, I think it was somebody who was kind of not exactly complaining about Priest, but just sort of saying that they rated it a little bit less than, say, Exile. And I mean, Exile is brilliant. So like Exile is absolutely worth praising. Like if you fall short of Exile, you've probably made a really wonderful game. So, just well, I mean, I guess there's no like it's an inequality, so it could be low. But yeah, if you're falling just short of Exile, you've probably made something very, very good. Is what I'm trying to say. But yeah. And the reaction sort of seemed to be somewhat sympathetic, and again, for my part, actually, I don't know if I can say what my favorite DLC for Cultist Simulator is, especially because some of the legacies are ones that are given away for free. And those are really good ones. So like the Apostle legacies are really good. You don't have to pay anything extra for those. Probably Exile is out of the DLC, I think probably the best one. It's just because it has the most, right? Like it's not just that, and it's not just like content, but like just so much that's different in that as well. It was a chance to sort of, I mean, until Book of Hours came out, it was a chance to sort of see Cultist Simulator with fresh eyes again. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't see a whole lot of value in, in trying to run down a given DLC personally. But there does seem to be something of a consensus in terms of Priest being the less loved of the. Long ago. Oh god, why are they auto-playing videos now on Steam? There's got to be something that changed. But yeah, anyways, now's maybe not a bad time to mention, by the way, that the base game and all of the DLC are on sale still, in honor of God, sorry. Like I said, I'm tired. I have a tea in front of me, which I should be sipping. The base game and all of the DLC are on sale. That's in honor of the 5th anniversary, and I feel rather bad that I forgot. I thought for some reason it was June 1st, not May 31st. But in any case, they have a sale going on. So the base game for Cultist Simulator is $6.83. If you buy the Anthology Edition, that's $14.23. That gets you everything up to and including the soundtrack. If you already own Cultist Simulator on Steam, you can get... I specify that because I know a number of you got it through the ill-fated Amazon attempt to have a digital storefront, and so I don't think it's possible to add the DLC to that storefront. But in any case, essentially what you're looking at here is for the first 3 DLC, that's the princely sum of $1.01, down from $3.39 Canadian. Again, I need to specify all of these are in Canadian dollars. The soundtrack's $3.44, and the Exile is $3.44. So honestly, if you have not picked them up at this point, you probably should. So like if you own the base game, basically so let's say you got it in the Humble Bundle or something, to get the complete experience, you're looking at, well, actually, there's 2 things you can do here. You could add the DLC individually for $9.91, but I believe you'd actually get a discount if you got the Anthology Edition. I think it gives an extra, so it's 75% off for the Anthology Edition, so I think you'd get an extra 5% off of that. It's one of those ones where it'll allow you to complete whatever bundle you have. But anyways, it's a good game. It's worth checking out. And obviously I'm very fond of it. So, but yeah, the reason why I checked this out was I took a look at the Priest, and it actually still has a mixed rating on Steam, which makes me feel not so good for it. I feel it is a much better DLC than mixed. And I can't remember if I've reviewed this or not. I should probably put in a good word for Exile to try and, or not Exile, for Priest to try and try and balance things out. I mean, again, people are clearly entitled to their opinions and all of that. It's just they're wrong in the case of Priest. spent way too much time talking about this than I had intended. Let's do a review of who's made this thing, and we will jump into the game because it's been like 10 minutes. All right, design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Art, UI, and production by Lottie Bevan. Coding, testing, and support by Chelnock. Icon art by Clockwork Cuckoo. Room art by Adrian Degan. And the lovely music you are listening to, Mickey Moore Productions Limited, Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, with eternal thanks to Mickey Erb. And I am pleased to report that the music that somebody tried to put a claim on, they decided to just basically all the money for the video went into escrow for like a month while they completely failed to respond to the criticism. So that's just like an extra, yeah, we'll make things inconvenient for you. We shouldn't have claimed we own this thing, but we're not gonna make it right. We're just gonna hang it out. So anyways, hopefully that stops future claims on that particular track. Let's jump into Book of Hours. Oh, right. No, sorry. I was talking about the time it takes to play a given game. So, like, when you have everything is remembered, Hush House endures. But yeah, so, like, obviously the process of playing the game, you learn things, and so chances are your return to, your return to a given legacy, it's going to be a little bit faster. But the thing is you get to try new things as well. Like, for me, one of the biggest things about Book of Hours for me is going to be that there are a lot of legacies I'm interested in. I'm most interested in the first one that I did, the Chap Faust. I thought I had the proper name for it, because this is like the Archaeologist, and I've lost it. It did occur to me, by the way, we have actually done this legacy before, or I'm fairly certain we've done this legacy before, and recently. But yeah, in any case, it's gonna bug me now that I can't remember the legacy name for the Chat Faust. That's the best one, obviously. But yeah, no, there's a number of legacies that I'm quite interested in this game, and so I think once I finally make it to the end of the Tree of Wisdoms, and I'm certainly not going to be hitting some sort of world record. I'd probably be more interested in finding some of the secret workshop stuff, but I really think I'm only going to do that if I actually wind up playing this on my own time. But yeah, like once I finally get to the end, I think my next reaction is just going to be to jump into one of the other well, they're legacies in Cultist Simulator. I don't actually know if it has a proper title other than that. So, one of the reasons why I stopped, beyond the fact that it was so incredibly late last Friday, was I had a bit of work to do in terms of figuring out where I assigned my various lessons learned. I will review briefly what the idea behind this is. Now, the thing is that I haven't really put any thought into this other than what I was sort of penciling in on Friday. So this will probably not be as carefully thought through as I originally wanted. But what I've basically been doing is this. The way that learning and skills in Book of Hours work has changed a little bit. And again, this is my understanding of it. There may be some changes that that I don't appreciate yet. But the essence of it to me is that you have to have a lesson learnt of the relevant skill, and then what you do is you take a number of memories, and again, you could use a lesson learnt as well, but it may not be the most efficient use of it. You take memories that use the relevant aspect, and you can raise that to another level. And given that, you have to unlock new rooms and you have to, read certain books, and some of those books may have curses in them, lessons learned can become quite scarce. They're also the way that you wind up getting more, higher, or more elements of the soul. So, for instance, what I've done here, even though my main branch is Skolakosophy, really all that I've done is applied edict. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that I even applied edicts liminal in this case. But in any case, I'm sure there was a reason for it. And I just don't recall it. But basically, what I've been doing here is I've been leveling up the Ragged Crossroads and Horns and Ivories. Those are two that are going to allow me to go deeper into Skolakosophy. It should also be mentioned, right, that I did have the option of putting something into the Bosque, then moving into Skolakosophy, or alternatively, to kind of go down the path of Nyctodromy. And once I get to 7, I would be able to move back to Skolakosophy 5. That doesn't entirely sit right with me, so I do kind of like the idea of just brute forcing my way through. I can kind of see myself skipping over, but I don't necessarily see myself moving back. But one way or the other, the higher the level of skill, the further out in the tree of wisdoms that you can go. Now, as you can see, if it's a question of lessons learned and memories and all of that, this implies that at some point I'm going to need a level 9 skill, or something kind of equivalent, let's say. Now, where I'm going to find sort of 8 unique memories to put into that learning, I have no idea. Which makes me think that there may be there might be something different that happens there. We've only seen it for sort of 2 or 3. I think there is some significance that I should draw from, getting past this inner circle. It could be, so we've got 4 on the inside, 5 on the outside. So, with that in mind, it may be that there's, actually it would also be interesting. Okay, so it does look like there's something that allows you to cross that barrier too. But in any case, we'll find it out by playing it. But the idea here has been, I tend to have a lot of regrets when I wind up placing things in the Tree of Wisdom. So for instance, usually when I read my first text, let's say, I put my skill in, and I get my element of the soul or whatever. I carry on. But because it had a couple of lessons learned, I see, oh, okay, actually I could have made this a level 3, let's say. So I think that happened with Ragged Crossroads. I'm fairly certain the one that I get from the Sanskard journal. It's like, well, I had this option of putting it deeper in the Tree of Wisdoms, but because I've already committed it to level 1, I'm not really able to do that anymore. So I've kind of overcompensated for that by placing, I've kind of hoarded everything. I made one exception in the case of Illumination because apparently I just love my lantern too much. But other than that, for most of this stuff, I've been pretty stingy in terms of deploying the different skills. Now, with all of that said, there is kind of been a reason for it, and there's a reason why I'm going to break this now. When I take a look at what I have available to me in terms of exploration and tomes that I can read, so the most difficult ones are inside here, but the ones that I still have outstanding, either one, they're in a language I don't understand, so Kilisimi is a good example, and then we've got another one which I know is very elegant, and I can't remember its name, but we'll find it soon. So the 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript. So that's 14 moth. Now I don't really have any moth to work with. I think there might be one. Oh no, we've got 2. So the question would be, where do I get the other 12 from? And right now I just don't see a really good way of being able to pull that off. In fact, when it even comes to my individual skills, I don't have what it takes. So that's a good example of something where it's like, okay, so yes, I want to read this, but I'm definitely going to need to get a better skill before I move in. How the End Will Begin is cursed, and it's written in Vac, so I don't understand it. The Voyages of Furnish and Memorial, if you've seen, and it's 18 Moon, so theoretically I would be able to read. Oh, why can't I find you again? The 3 and the 3. So there's that. We've got a novel method for invocation and contrition, so that's 14 rows. That's a similar problem where we don't have any rows to start off with, and we certainly don't have a high rows skill. The rest of them, this one may be possible. So I don't want to put Fet or Faust into it, but I could put Metal. So Metal with 2... So Door in the Wall is 2. Is that really the best we've got? Looks like it. So apparently we can only put 4 in there. We can of course take a risk with we can see if we can get lucky, but if I'm banking on that, really I'm just trying to boost up. So first of all, I would need to hire Denzil, so that's not cheap. And I'm kind of banking on being able to get the relevant inputs. Maybe if, well, what's Forge Weather though? Volcano going off probably. So yeah, I don't see that happening. Okay, 10 Moon may be possible. 18 Winter again, and Trist. Well, Trist has already got some problems. I feel like I should be combining these books into... I've resisted the urge to do it, but I feel like I'm at the point now, especially between sessions, I should probably be organizing them a little bit better. Oh, the Rose of Woznai I apparently neglected. So at minimum we've got 5. So... yeah, I'd really need to try and find some sort of 3 lantern. Not very likely, but something for us to consider. So yeah, I don't know. Like there's definitely a chance that I'll wind up getting some lessons learned that I'd rather not commit. But I think the time has come for me to try and improve my abilities a bit. So, there were a couple that I made some notes on. So, for instance, there's one of them which has birdsong and there's only one skill with birdsong, and that is Snow Stories. So I think I am going to get the birdsong. As it is, it also winds up giving me Trist, which we currently don't have. So I think that's that's a sort of a justifiable choice here. And obviously, we'll keep that to ourselves. So that gives us some Moth and Ulgrin. It's good to see you. Now, another one that I was looking at was Hushery, and I think I had not settled between Inks of Revelation and Glass Blowing and Vessel Crafting. So I'm just going to try and move the ones that are committed. I realize this is a slow start, but I'm very foggy, and I wasn't expecting to do this today. Okay, yeah, so moving those down to a lower... So yeah, it was Inks of Revelation had Hushery, and so did Glass Blowing. And if you notice... Oh, no. Yeah, no, they both... there's Ithistry and Hushery, and then Hushery and Ithistry. So I'm actually kind of curious if there's an indicator... So the highest purpose, this text yet unrevealed in beta. The ink's called... So basically it's Faust or Whist. Faust or Whist. In this case I wanted to apply one to Hushery and again. So I think what I'll do here is I'll put glass blowing and vessel crafting into Hushery, so the White Flowers Paradox. And the idea here is I want this for improving Mr. Kill. So having done that, I'm leaving aside Inks of Revelation just because with a lantern text, I sort of feel that that's a little bit more likely to get an improvement. So we move Glass Blowing and Vessel Crafting over. So two other ones. So there was Desire. It was like my Desires and Dissolutions. So I believe I was going to put that one in Bossk. So that gives me another Arab to work with, and that's similar to Mr. Kill in the sense that I'm able to get Mrs. Kill and boost her a little bit. The worm is just too much. I definitely relate to that, although it was not too bad today. Alright, Desires and Dissolutions. The boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. So Boss the Lore of the Primeval Wood. The red the dawn and black the night, and white what's left. Above we see, beneath we know. Bossk. And then I think it was Rites of the Root. I was going to do that for an extra health. The oldest living text, as yet unrevealed in beta. I don't even have the option of putting it into Bossk anymore, so maybe I should have tested that. But so with that in mind, I still have some in reserve. But this is going to be what I have to sort of draw on. These are basically like they're skills that I want to improve, but they're ones that are sort of already committed. I should probably come up with a better system because this is taking up a large part of the menu. One other thing that I'll do is I'm just going to reorganize them based on level. Okay. I also forgot to mention we are playing the solar beta here, so this, just keep in mind, is an early version of the game. I'm sure you've noticed from the way the text is written, there are some things that they're not showing yet, but that's... be warned. Now, there is a side of me that does wonder about this idea of starting off at sort of the base of every single one of these branches, because obviously there is that ability to sort of jump between, and that probably gets me further. But the only one I'm really concerned about for that is Skolakosophy. In fact, it might have even been smarter, because if I'd started with Desires and Dissolutions, I could have moved up into Skolakosophy. So I mean, I don't have a 2 for Edict's Liminal, but theoretically, let's say that I did. We could immediately hop up into Skolakosophy 3, at which point we would, we'd just be trying to improve Ragged Crossroads or Horns and Ivories to get even further on our ascent. Seems like a fairly decent way of going about that, to be completely honest. But I don't know how hard it is to, like, again, one, level up once you sort of get a flow going. And number 2, I really don't know what it takes to go, how to put it? There's a few things that I need to sort of figure out in terms of how difficult it is to go through the Tree of Wisdoms. It is kind of the end game, right? So I don't think the game's going to lock you out of winning. At the very least, I think it would warn you, but we don't know. So, I don't think we've gotten the weather yet. Yeah, it's just starting dawns. But let's figure out a bit of a game plan in terms of how we want to approach the house today. So number 1, exploring the house. In this case, a grail or a heart. So yeah, this is one thing. I'd like a core. I don't think any of these will give me core, but I think it would be good to double check. I would assume that it's actually preservation or the Bosque. Oh, I also don't have a Fet yet. Yeah, I'm not there yet. Core is probably the biggest priority. Okay, so we're a little short when it comes to Mrs. Kill. We can talk with her about Arab, but I need to find... I think we'd probably read a Grail text if we have one to get satisfaction. It's not as clean in terms of figuring out what the memories I get from the books are, so I'm going to need to think a bit about that. So that's... going up further in the tower is the priority because we will be getting more books out of that. If an opportunity comes up, we should be able to also get Mr. Kill to work the Gloomy Stare. Now, if there's something moon that happens, I want to hire a fisherman in winter. And then I think these are going to be a little too tough for us. Like, there will be times for us to go into these chambers. We've actually gotten into them in the previous patch, but these aren't quite the same priority. Also, if we can somehow manage the scale, we can get into the Ruinous Hall. If I get the heart, I'm going to go into the Ruinous Hall over the Neglected Room, and that's just because the Ruinous Hall is something we've struggled to get into, whereas we have a path for making it to the Neglected Room. Okay, so that gets me the basics. Let's say we're definitely getting Mrs. Kill and Mr. Kill no matter what, so we'll start working on that right away. So Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Now, the other thing we want to worry about is the despairing. So melancholy is the mist on the soul's waters. Despair is the wolf that prowls the water's edge. So this has edge. Malady, something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task, which is where we got it. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. Cured with sky. This malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable, perhaps effervescent to drink, and this much sky aspect to cheer the haunted soul. And finally, element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 parts. We've read this before. So the blue drink is definitely a big question mark. So I figured, hey, let's, we've got a few things running around here, right? Oh, by the way, I'd said where on earth is my health? It's right here. So Lenten Rose. Trying to think where I can put my my findings. Feels wrong to put it in the winter rooms. But yeah, so there's not a ton of logic behind this. It's just, hey, it's got sky in it, sky-colored petals, a blue crown, or always cold as frost. Oop. Maybe maybe I can maybe I can make something out of it, right? It's just quite literally blue and blue. But of course, that's one of the reasons why we want to unlock these higher areas, to see if I can make some medicine for myself. So far, I haven't found anything that would even remotely count as, I'll just call it fizzy lifting drink. So there's a side of me that says, well, maybe we should, go gardening because, winter doesn't come around all the time. Like maybe we really do want to figure out what these plants are for and have a good stock of them. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe at the end of the day, if there aren't other things for me to do, I'll consider it. But I don't actually know the consequences of a lot of these skills, so I also want to kind of be conscious of that. Okay. So we're bringing in Mrs. Kill. We'll talk with her. We'll also talk with Mr. Kill. And they are going to, at minimum, get us access to these 2 rooms. Depending on what the weather brings, we may also try to bring a fisherman in. And then, well, okay, let's see what happens with the weather. A storm. Okay, so that's a pretty big deal for us. This basically gives us the ruinous hall. We may actually be able to get 3 things open then. So the other question would be, is there like a sky text? Is there anything else that I would need? Clearly, if I had, this would be something that in theory, if I could make it says to cure my, I don't know, drink fizzy lifting drink during a storm. That's the way, that's the way you cure despair. But still get sucked into the fan. But yeah, obviously here I just don't have what it takes to make this, to kind of make this cohere. So seems to me the best thing we can do is just talk to a follower and get them to do our dirty work for us. So Mrs. Kill, we'll talk with her about the storm right away. We'll bring Mr. Kill in, and then I'm actually also going to restore the Arab. It seems like the water is unlimited, so... I did find a Reddit. Apparently there's a Reddit community dedicated to hating Grandpa Joe in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Do you know that it was called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory because it was like the Vietnam... They were worried about the associations with the Vietnam War, like Charlie. I have no idea how true that is, but that is actually something I saw from what one would normally consider a reputable source. So, um, Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like 90s stuff, right? So who knows, right? Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. I'm going to move the glass into the... Okay, not quite how I planned to do it. Nobody took the bait on the 90s stuff? That's a shame. All right, a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. As somber as autumn is kind as autumn, she also likes her beer. So we will talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. What was it like to live through the Vietnam War, Algrins? Did you say words like psych? While I'm busy being an idiot, I completely forgot to talk to Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys the chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill can here we go. Alright, Ruinous Hall. This place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so. Not suitable work for a librarian. But suitable work for a midwife. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So because Mrs. Kill has one heart already, talking with her about the storm has filled her with vim and vigor and has helped us open up the Ruinous Hall. Let's get her into the party again. Mrs. Gill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Talk to Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill, wry and spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So 30 seconds. This is just to try and generate memories. But while we're at it, let's see what we found in the Ruinous Hall. So the Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brandkrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by Old Copper-Nose King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron, the rights Sicunt Regal, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to Marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So we have a widow's candle, moth orchid scented candle. We have a piano, a gift from Kitty Mazarine, who would sometimes pop by of an evening to sing. But her successor, Solomon, was never one for music. Successor, Solomon, never one for music, disliked the way its notes would drift up the stairs to the reading room and forbade the staff to play their piano before sunset. So I'm curious what the staff piano, the aspect is compared to the grand. This is an upright. Moth and sky, rose and sky, and the organ is forge and sky. Warmly colored yarns, call it practice for fates. Misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty. An inscribed clock, a gift from Sir David Green to a favored retainer. A loom, and there the golden threads they wove, and in the moon's house fast they tied them, from the lay Helgi Hundingsbane. So one thing that would be interesting here, right, would be, okay, we've got a loom, so we've got freshly colored yarns. What can we do with that? Well, makes sense to add a fabric. So then it would be, well, what kind of heart moth? Well, I guess we've got Trist here, so does that help? Well, we have a little bit of everything now. So what kind of a skill might we, what might we apply here? We would need a heart or a moth again. I guess I'm kind of going down the path of moth. Thing is, none of these really seem to be related to well, maybe transformations and liberations. There's potential here for apprentice level recipe, provide 5 degrees of moth. For a scholar level recipe, provide 10 degrees and a suitable ingredient. Keeper level recipes need 15 degrees and something else, uniquely specific in each case. So, yeah, I mean, if I could get a memory that had 7 moth in it, that would be great. Although, herbs and infusions might actually give us something. Maybe I shouldn't have been so quick with the brew herbal palliative. Again, I'm expecting it's the level 10 that matters the most to us. Okay, so ruined kitchen. Finally, the signs of a fire, but it looks as if, fortunately, the chimney breast collapsed before it could spread too far. It can't be why the house was abandoned. In any case, the kitchen will need skilled labor to restore it to a usable state. That's a forge or sky job. Now, we probably can pull that off with Denzel. So with Denzel, we've got the metal to bring him up to 4, and then we just need something like a foresight memory to get that 6. I don't think that's one we'll want to attempt today unless we get particularly lucky with our conversations. I'm not ruling out the possibility, but the goal right now is to get Mrs. Kill on the field. Oh yes, there's also a parcel. So slim parcel, carefully wrapped in brown paper. So knock, rose, and a cache. Something interesting must be sealed inside. Use consider on this. Aha. Let's try Shaft. Something especially tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I'm curious. Yeah. It doesn't seem to affect the... I could try Trist, but let's try the Shaft for now. Roscragan Whiskey, the favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th librarian of Hush House. Oh, we didn't pay attention to the pigeon statuette. A beautifully enameled little image. The maker's mark is AW. So I'll probably want to use the Shaft to bring in Denzel. So investigate the... Oh. Contraband flotsam, salt stained and wire racked, so it's cash. Okay, that's unusual. So add a soul card. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So one package can open, the other one can't. Okay, gossip might be helpful here, actually. We're going to have a chat with Mr. Kill about whist. Nope, 2 rows, so that doesn't do the trick. Or does it? We only need 5, so actually we'll talk with her about the restored Arab and then the gossip, and then we can open up the neglected room. Turning this over in my thoughts. How unusual. So there's a side of me here too. It says contraband flotsam, right? There's that side of me which says, well, you know, maybe it's the sea connection that would make, you know, heart appropriate. So shopped because of its connection with openings was my next guess. The only other thing I could think would be if it has to be core proper for the 2 heart, or alternatively, I need something rose because of its rose aspect. In either case, we're not going to make any progress with that now, so I'll leave that be. I should probably be considering what I want to be getting out of different texts, and I think I'm actually going to start taking some notes. So I'll start with in the Mallory. And this is just an effort for me to try and find a reliable way to generate certain memories. Okay, I deserved a little flying time. My assistant and I will be prudent. Decree, thank you very much for almost a year of Prime subscription. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, but I hope you are doing well. It's always lovely to see you. So again, the expectation here is actually, I guess there's nothing stopping me from trying to restore No, not the cocoa. Oh, that sucks. That's 2 grail I could have used. Work on channel art for your Monday groups new. Excellent. All right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay, so we were going to talk with her about Arab to get the 5 grail up. Who amongst us has not reached for the cocoa when we wanted a glass of water? Something to consider. Okay, that forge is big for us, so we are now going to have a chat with Denzel at the... This is, of course, not entirely surprising, given that it's the Mallory, but... Yeah, we're going to hire Denzel off of that because that will get us the ruined kitchen. Okay, traveling at night. Not a familiar passage. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. In the meantime, we'll use our shaft to speak with Denzel. Denzel will talk about practical matters, although he prefers to sit in silence. What do you need? Alright, so we're gonna chat with Denzel about the foresight and the metal. I'll do it with the foresight first just because I don't want to lose it to duplicates. I mean, it's no big deal, but it does sort of maximize my return off of things. Okay, eagerly we anticipate our work. And we're going to send Mrs. Kill up to the neglected room. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment have been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew, and unlovely smell wafts from further up. The Patient's Lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate, those who had suffered something no more horrible but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit. An eruption of worms, perhaps, or the risks at the military end of Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Alopoli, Zachary Wakefield, and Harvey Haddington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th librarian and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted. He served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. Okay, so we've got a couple cups of tea. We have the projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 20s as a treat for prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary, or so he said. Rumor had it that he was a secret Keaton fan and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. So there is a text for us to catalog. It's another baronial period one, but I am currently using my, or should be using my, Did something change? Oh wait, no, it's because I'm not cataloging, right? But yeah, I've been basically the idea here is I'm trying to get the relevant memories before I go too far on the other tasks. So the aim here is to try and get something for winter for Mr. Kill. But that's kind of a target of opportunity because Mr. Kill is somebody that I can bring back for free, whereas Denzel is somebody I pay for. So we're going to have a chat about metal, and then we will unlock another room. Inspiration and determination. +2 forge, +edge. I also think it's fair to say at this point we can start earning some cash, so I'll use the FOST for help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no Skrulin Brandkrug. Actually, I might be able to do better than that, because if I combine the FOST with Inks of Revelation, I can use the site, and that will get me 5, and then I can find out a little bit about what these things do. So, for example, so I could craft Refulgin, mix a pigment of blinding white, the first precursor to one of the great inks. Now let me just take a second here. I do not have this on my list yet, so... Okay, so we got an impulse from Elopoli 1. We'll do the same trick just for the second volume. So I think this one gets me a storm memory, actually. Which admittedly is not the most helpful right now, but I deserved a little quiet time. And we get the cocoa back. Cool. So apparently it's only consumed if you give it to a follower. Our course is fixed. So here really we just want to keep talking with Mr. Kill. We can get the memories, memories without trouble from him. So Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for gossip. Now, again, if we don't get some kind of a two-winter, we're not going to be able to take advantage of his abilities, but that's fine. We've already unlocked two. We've already unlocked 2 rooms today. It's not a big deal. Okay, kitchen. Kingsluck pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, they say, for King Henry when, in great secrecy, on Piran's Day, he came to Cornwall seeking the king's medal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. Okay. This could be the first time I've seen this, actually, so let's take a minute. So, Schloss Jannings, a dry aromatic white wine. Lambic Broselinde, distilled from apples in the oldest forest of the western continent. Dandelion wine, homemade flower wine. This is making me hungry. Serve here plates, cups, and glasses, so that if I want to offer someone wine, I needn't give them the whole bottle. Kitchen bowls. Cake time! Heart and nectar tool. Honey, the blood of the hour called malachite, also, and furthermore, wonderful on toast. Where's the Marmite pot? Cuckoo honey. The Blomberend were rogues and trickster heroes among the carapace kinds. Ingenious, brave, prolific, untrustworthy. In Numa, their children might yet bring their gifts to ordinary hives. Okay, that's definitely a big tip for us to pay attention to. Libidic tincture. A much more potent preparation can be extracted from this remains of a labite, but labites generally frown on this technique. More Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam. Pickled mushrooms. You'll learn to like them. Heart, Moon, and 2 Nectar. Isle Water pitcher from Brankrug's Deep Springs. Kitchen range servants. It's good luck for villagers to bring little gifts of food to the librarian. That's already become a tradition, but sometimes the librarian wants a hot meal, and the librarian is the only entity in the house who knows how to cook. Okay, so no books, but still a fun place to be. Ravaged Foundry. This room has not only been abandoned, but vandalized. Someone has smashed the place up and scrawled W signs on the wall in blood and soot. I'll need skilled assistance to return it to use. So that's 6 forge, 6 scale, so we do have the means of opening that. Excuse me. And then the wrecked pantry, smashed glass and shattered timber. This room can be, restored, and there'll be salvageable provisions tucked away in the wreckage. But I'll need someone with strong arms and a patient heart. That's going to be harder for us to accomplish. And I think I need to start thinking about wrapping up the day, so let's do some manual labor in the Sweet Bones. Just a reminder to everyone, August is really close. The game's still on schedule for... Well, sorry, I can't tell you about its schedule, but its official release date is August the 17th. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, we'd listen. Okay, so that's gossip. We really only get one more crack with Mr. Kill, and I may have actually just closed the possibility of using a memory with him, but... Glow, little color. Okay, so Refulgin, a white so pure that it remains visible even in utter darkness, like the moon or an insistent cat. So that's a 2-lantern material and pigment. So that's something I could probably use with Denzel, but I suspect I wouldn't be able to use that with other people. Of course, as a pigment, it's kind of intended for something else. But I do need to find a home for it. Well, I'll just hit collect and it'll sit on the bridge. Okay, I think that was a worthwhile use of the Faust. I suppose the question is there something equivalent I can do with Whist? Yeah, the Rygard Crossroads. So, craft bittersweet certainty. How much you want to bet? That's exactly what I needed for Mr. Kill. Well, it's a savage hymn, so find a chilly insight on the intricacies of regret. Okay, Solace isn't going to help us there, but again, it does help us to... And I was wrong, it wasn't a storm, but it was as good as... Well, for our heart purposes, obviously, if I needed the sky. That's a different question. I do want to catalog the book at some point. I think I will do that now. So the reasoning behind that is I don't think any memory that I get from reading familiar passages is going to give me... I don't think it's going to give me anything that I can use with Mr. Kill. So with that in mind, my aim now is to make sure that I know what I'm up against next turn. So again, if for whatever tasks we leave undone, i.e. work with Mr. Kill and then some further exploration of the house with Mrs. Kill, and of course Denzel, if we can get the forge, which I believe we can. The aim here is going to be to basically I want to get a game plan by dawn to get an early start on all of the different tasks that I need to do. And so if I catalog the book while I'm doing the activities, I may wind up committing an element of the soul that I would have preferred to use for something else. That's basically the reasoning that I've got here. All right, so this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I should probably find something to do with the tryst as well. I don't know if I have a moth desk, though. Doesn't look like it. Surely I've got mothy things somewhere. I shouldn't be guessing like this. There is a... This is definitely sky. Yeah, I guess, Oh, hang on, what am I saying? I've got the piano. Put that back. So I've already used my tryst. And it was, wasn't the edict liminal, was it? I thought I had a big... Well, I've got the memory impulse. That's another thing that I can apply. In fact... There's potential here when I clearly have 5. Craft paint moth gold. Mix paint of a wistful golden hue. Okay. As cool as that is, I want to see if I can do something else. Ah yes, Tanglebrag. Token to invite the attention of a moth name. Maybe. Let's go for the paint. Mix paint of a wistful golden hue. The regret might do the trick, actually. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Yep. Great. So we will be able to boost up Mr. Kill with his... So that gets us our 6 winter. I can discuss this memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So that brings us to the gloomy stair. Oh, actually, 5 moth or 5 heart. I wasn't planning on that. That's actually gonna involve some work. Alright, I now have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. The cat tower and the twin, that's a 4 nectar work. That may not be straightforward to deal with. Oh boy. Oh my. I've gone and done it. I might have lost the book. No, there it is. Okay. But I don't think it'll let me pick it up unless I put it somewhere. Okay, so I think herbs and infusions and health is the way to go with that one. So nothing too critical for us to deal with. But yeah, the heart and moth was unexpected. Because in the end, without the core, I'm not going to be able to raise Mrs. Kill up to a 5 health. So unless I can find somebody with moth, and if I recall correctly, moth would be, it's a hireling, I think. It's the barber. Yeah, of course it's the barber. So yeah, in summer, I'm pretty sure the barber's got 2 moth. It would make sense that that would be their primary concern. So I don't know. Hopefully we do better. But in the meantime, let's keep going with my kind of my catalog here. So Wainscot histories. Gloomy stare. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigard has withdrawn her favor now, and a chilliness waits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. Glorious stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Sons, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from any orthodox version. It has, of course, been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, also had a copy of the long-suppressed Shiritic version of the book. So we've got a snowflake candle. We've got a shrine to the Madrigard. The Madrigard is the hour which cannot be unbalanced, which quells and quiets, which comes before the sun. Trying to think what I might do with that. I can't imagine the Madrigard would be appropriate for I think it would have to be the ones that I've locked in here. Attuned health. Yeah, I don't even have an option of putting it in there. Wind-prowled gallery. This has long been a holy place, but the rites have gone too long unperformed. The windows are shattered, and only the wind walks here now. So it's 8 forge, 8 lantern, or 8 sky. All of these will be things that I need to sort of pay up for. So I can hold off on that, especially because it's going to involve feeding Denzil something to make him stronger. Excuse me. I mean, there's a similar argument with, like, Reverend Timothy as well, but yeah, there's basically, we have options. It's not the most pressing of the options now, though. I figure shooting for the moon. We should be able to get Mrs. Kill to work the dim hall, which would also mean the Rose Haunted Hall is available to us. And then Denzil with the Ravaged Foundry for sure. It's just a little annoying I can't go a little further up the Motley Tower. For now, at least. I mean, there's potential other paths. Hold on to it. Bittersweet certainty. Okay. Eventually the sun in rags always brings its beautiful ending. So, that would give me the option of... why did I say Savage Hymn? Oh, because it was with the edge. Okay. Sorry, just making a note of all of the different things that I can craft. Neither bright nor dark. Moths are seldom this color. So this is 2 moth, considerable, a thing, a liquid, and a pigment. Don't drink it, even if it's mothy to do so. So, this is good for me to know that there's actually 2 different objects that you can make from each skill. Well, potentially more, but it would seem to me 2 makes sense based on the aspects. Sorry, I'm a little more quiet than I would normally be. I'm doing a bit more note-taking than I kind of bargained for. That's timely. Okay, a contradiction for the wainscot histories. This is a little tedious, I'm assuming to an outsider, but the thing that this gets me is the ability to reference it later. So, like, in terms of the... basically, in terms of trying to work out all of the lore in that, I'm not indifferent to it, but I've been trying not to do, the big... so again, one really nice way of playing Cultist Simulator is to sit down with a notebook and just, try and figure it all out. I'm probably not a really good source for lore stuff, but I get a very distinct impression that there are parts of the lore which are only known by people who have done sort of the enigmas. Does everybody know what I'm talking about when I talk about the enigmas? Because I can. There's a link that I can give you to get started. But yeah, I've not gotten very far in the enigmas. So I don't know, in the end, there's going to be, there's that limitation to my understanding, but on top of that, it is also just fair to say that, if we're to limit ourselves to Cultist Simulator, there's only so much that I know. It's not that... I don't know if this is intended to be something that sort of one person sits down in isolation and sort of cracks it all open. I think there's enough room to sort of move around and sort of check out things that you are sufficiently interested in on your own. I at least find it more interesting that way, so maybe that's just a convenient illusion that I'll keep for myself. But yeah, I kind of feel like there's a lot of value in... how'd I put it? when you're sitting down with Cultist Simulator, like when I play this game, when I play Cultist Simulator on stream, I'm definitely very focused on like aspects, and I'm definitely very focused on, you know, here's where you put this card in this slot, and because like that's the sort of stuff that is kind of straightforward to explain in the this is the sort of stuff that you can explain with the like with what you're seeing on the stream. But if I go and I say, it's like, okay, so like there's this thing called the Sun and Splendor, and there's this event called the Intercalate where it's divided, and it kind of seems to coincide with the time when the calendars changed, which is what Intercalate means anyway. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. I looked this stuff up. And this is the problem too, right? If you don't have it all immediately in your head, then it's like, wait a minute, where did I read that thing from? And like that's where the Sun and Rags came from, and the Meniscate, and you know, and then the Sun's gonna come back, and oh yeah, then there's the Watchmen, and like they're involved probably with the return of the Sun and Splendor. Oh yeah, the thing that got divided was the Sun and Splendor. You got to know that. And oh, there's the Witch and Sister, and there's the Sister and Witch, and they're different, and we need to figure out why they're different, and oh, they're called hours. Well, they're just called hours, right? Or you can say, well, actually, there was if you take a look. So for now, this is nonsense, right? Nobody's gonna find that interesting. I'm pretty sure everything I said in that is true, but like it's meaningless. It's just this spray of random facts in a way that it doesn't help to understand. But there are some things that you may find interesting. So, for instance, why is this called Book of Hours? It's a very clever title. There is a concept known as a Book of Hours. So, as far as I can tell, there is actually an effort to do a tabletop RPG book. I think it's Threepwood was the one. Now the thing is, I still don't know if that's going to be like what you're looking for. There is actually a Secret Histories wiki, which I have been very, very tempted to check out, and I'm actually resisting the urge to do this, because the thing is, I'll be back in a sec. All right, I'm not going to read this whole... Well, how long do we have? I wasn't planning on doing this. And I'm not even going to suggest that this is good advice. But we're going to have a small intermission here. I'm going to read you an essay. And this isn't like... It's actually more... I had a certain feeling about this, and... I'm somewhat in agreement, let's say. But I think it's useful. It's a useful thing. Like sometimes you like reading an essay, not necessarily because you 100% agree with everything it says, but because it provokes a sufficiently interesting train of thought. So let me just take a second here to tag this as just chatting for a second. This is going to have... So my payoff to you is this. I am going to talk a bit about lore and specifically why I like the title Book of Hours. But because I've been talking about the Secret Histories wiki, and I suspect there's a few of you, particularly Cree, that may enjoy that because it does actually bother going into the details. And there's a thing I'm working on right now where I would rather... There's something nice about doing some work and then seeing it, like having this external validation as opposed to just taking another authority. And that's kind of why, again, I don't want to be too precious about the stuff that I'm doing, but I can see some value in like doing some work as I had originally planned, and then moving on. But anyways, this is Arthur Schopenhauer. Well, this is Book of Hours right now, but the essay I'm going to read is called On Thinking for Yourself. 1. As the biggest library, if it is in disorder, is not as useful as a small but well-arranged one, so you may accumulate a vast amount of knowledge, but it will be of far less value to you than a much smaller amount if you have not thought it over for yourself. Because only through ordering what we know by comparing every truth with every other truth can you take complete possession of your knowledge and get it into your power. You can think about only what you know, and so you ought to learn something. You can think about only what you know, and so you ought to learn something. On the other hand, you can know only what you have thought about. Now, you can apply yourself voluntarily to reading and learning, but you cannot really apply yourself to thinking. Thinking has to be kindled as a fire is by a draught, and kept going by some kind of interest in its object, which may be an objective interest or merely a subjective one. The latter is possible only with things that affect us personally, the former only to those heads who think by nature, and to whom thinking is as natural as breathing, and these are very rare. That is why most scholars do so little of it. So I just need to get a light on. This is a delightfully old Penguin book, but the pages are a little darker than usual. 2. The difference between the effect produced on the mind by thinking for yourself and that produced by reading is incredibly great, so that the original difference which made one head decide for thinking and another for reading is continually increased. For reading forcibly imposes on the mind thoughts that are as foreign to its mood and direction as the moment of reading at the moment of reading as the signet is to wax upon which it impresses its seal. I always wondered if this was a reference to something the Stoics said, by the way, but the mind is totally subjected to an external compulsion to think this or that for which it has no inclination and is not in the mood. On the other hand, when it is thinking for itself, it is following its own inclination, as that has been more closely determined either by its immediate surroundings or by some recollection or other. For its visible surroundings do not impose some single thought on the mind, as reading does. They merely provide it with the occasion and matter for thinking the thoughts appropriate to its nature and present mood. The result is that much reading robs the mind of all elasticity, as the continual pressure of a weight does a spring, and that the surest way of never having any thoughts of your own is to pick up a book every time you have a free moment. The practice of doing this is the reason erudition makes most men duller and sillier than they are by nature, and robs their writings of all effectiveness. They are, in Pope's words, forever reading, never to be read. 3. Fundamentally, it is our own basic thoughts that possess truth in life, for only these do we really understand through and through. The thoughts of another that we have read are crumbs from another's table, the cast-off clothes of an unfamiliar guest. 4. Reading is merely a surrogate for thinking for yourself. It means letting someone else direct your thoughts. Many books, moreover, serve merely to show how many ways there are of being wrong, and how far astray you yourself would go if you followed their guidance. You should read only when your own thoughts dry up, which will of course happen frequently enough, even to the best heads. But to banish your own thoughts so as to take up a book is a sin against the Holy Ghost. It is like deserting untrammeled nature to look at a herbarium or engravings of landscapes. It may sometimes happen that a truth, an insight, which you have slowly and laboriously puzzled out by thinking for yourself, could easily have been found already written in a book. But it is 100 times more valuable if you have arrived at it by thinking for yourself. For only then it will enter your thought system as an integral part and a living member. Be perfectly and firmly consistent with it in accord with all its other consequences and conclusions, bear the hue, color, and stamp of your whole manner of thinking, and have arrived at just the moment when it was needed. Thus, it will stay firmly and forever lodged in your mind. This is a perfect application, indeed explanation, of Goethe's lines, was du Erbit von deinen Vattern hast, Erib es es zu beseiten, which is translated as, what you have inherited from your forefathers you must first win for yourself if you are to possess it. For the man who thinks for himself becomes acquainted with the authorities for his opinions only after he has acquired them and merely as a confirmation of them, while the book philosopher starts with his authorities, in that he constructs his opinions by collecting together the opinions of others. His mind then compares with that of the former as an automaton compares with a living man. A truth that has merely been learnt adheres to us only like an artificial limb, a false tooth, a wax nose does, or at most like transplanted skin. But a truth won by thinking for ourselves is like a natural limb. It alone really belongs to us. This is what determines the difference between a thinker and a mere scholar. 5. People who pass their lives in reading and acquire their wisdom from books are like those who learn about a country from travel descriptions. They can impart information about a great number of things, but at bottom they possess no connected, clear, thorough knowledge of what the country is like. On the other hand, people who pass their lives in thinking are like those who have visited the country themselves. They alone are really familiar with it, possess connected knowledge of it, and are truly at home in it. A man who thinks for himself is related to the ordinary book philosopher as an eyewitness is to an historian. The former speaks from his own immediate experience. That is why all men who think for themselves are in fundamental agreement. Their differences spring from only their differing standpoints, for they merely express what they have objectively apprehended. The book philosopher, on the contrary, reports what this man has said, and that has thought, and the other has objected, etc. Then he compares, weighs, criticizes these statements, and thus tries to get to the truth of the matter, in which respect he exactly resembles the critical historian. 7. Mere experience is no more substitute for thinking than reading is. Pure empiricism is related to thinking as eating is to digestion and assimilation. When empiricism boasts that it alone has, through its discoveries, advanced human knowledge, it is as if the mouse should boast that it alone keeps the body alive. 8. Characteristic mark of minds of the first rank is the immediacy of all their judgments. Everything they produce is the result of thinking for themselves, and already in the way it is spoken everywhere announces itself as such. He who truly thinks for himself is like a monarch in that he recognizes no one over him. His judgments, like the decision of a monarch, arise directly from his own absolute power. He no more accepts authorities than a monarch does orders, and he acknowledges the validity of nothing he himself has not confirmed. 9. In the realm of actuality, however fair, happy, and pleasant we may find it, we are nonetheless always under the influence of gravity, which we have to continually to overcome. In the realm of thought, on the contrary, we are disembodied minds, weightless and without needs or cares. That is why there is no happiness on earth to compare with that which a beautiful and fruitful mind finds in a propitious hour in itself. 10. There are very many thoughts which have value for him who thinks them, but only a few of them possess the power of engaging the interest of a reader after they have been written down. 11. Yet all the same, only that possesses true value which you have thought in the first instance for your own instruction. Thinkers can be divided into those who think in the first instance for their own instruction and those who do so for the instruction of others. The former are genuine thinkers for themselves in both senses of the words. They are the true philosophers. They alone are in earnest. The pleasure and happiness of their existence consists in thinking. The latter are sophists. They want to appear as thinkers and seek their happiness in what they hope thereby to get from others. This is what they are in earnest about. To which these two classes of man belongs may quickly be seen in his whole style and manner. Lichtenberg is an example of the former class. Herder certainly belongs to the latter. and footnote here, Georg Christoph Lichtenberg, aphorist and satirist, and Johann Gottfried von Herder, theologian, philosopher, and man of letters. 12, last paragraph. When you consider how great and immediate the problem of is the problem of existence, this ambiguous, tormented, fleeting, dreamlike existence, so great and immediate that as soon as you are aware of it, it overshadows and obscures all other problems and aims, and when you can see how men, with a rare few exceptions, have no clear awareness of this problem, indeed seem not to be conscious of it at all, but concern themselves with anything rather than this problem, and live on, taking thought only for the day, and for the hardly longer span of their own individual future, either expressly refusing to consider this problem or contenting themselves with some system of popular metaphysics. When I say you consider this, you may come to the opinion that men can be called a thinking being only in a very broad sense of the term, and no longer feel very much surprise at any thoughtlessness or silliness whatever, but will realize rather that while the intellectual horizon of the normal man is wider than that of the animal, whose whole existence is, as it were, one continual present, with no consciousness of the past or future, it is not so immeasurably wider as is generally supposed. So, presumably if Schopenhauer had a Twitter account, it would be all bangers all the time. Just one second, I'm gonna get the light. But like, why bother reading that, right? What's the point? Why does that relate to the conversation we were having about the wiki? And again, I want to be really clear. This is not me dumping on the wiki. I actually think the wiki's doing something really useful. But it's the same reason why if you play Cultist Simulator, there is a huge benefit to not looking up the answers right away. Because if you think about it, right, if you play Cultist Simulator and you can struggle with it and you'll be like, you know what, I'm about to give this thing up. And then you go, you maybe look at my video or something like that. And you're like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. The fact that you've done that work makes you a lot, it makes you better equipped to take advantage of, oh, that's an interesting way of looking at that problem. I'll remember that for next time. Whereas if you run into a problem in Cultist Simulator and the first thing you do is look up, a Steam guide or a wiki or something like that, all that you've really trained yourself to do is use Google. Now, obviously, people can enjoy games the way that they want, and the writing of Cultist Simulator is very interesting. But I'm going to argue that a very large part of my enjoyment of the game is precisely because it is quite difficult. That you have to figure stuff out, and it does actually mean not just reading the text the way that I do to read it out to people, but actually sort of sitting down and thinking about what this stuff means. And the other thing that's nice about that is that as you continue to play the game and as you continue to try and figure out what these different things mean, you can you kind of start making the connections. And then when you do, like, the big thing here is that when you go and you do look something up, the reward for it and the way that it all sort of fits together makes a lot of, like, it winds up making a lot of sense. So for instance, Elagabalus, I'm sure I probably heard that he was a Roman emperor at some point. I definitely did not, like, he's not like the first one that comes to mind. So at some point, once I see him referenced another number of times in Cultist Simulator, I take a look. And nuts. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. As I read, it turns out that he was sort of responsible for introducing this alternative worship concerning the sun into Roman religion. And this would, I think, eventually become, I think it's called the Cult of Sol Invictus. I know there's Sol Invictus, but I think it would be, that would be the cult name. Anyways, so it's claimed in this, and I actually don't know offhand if this is the actual symbol. It very well may be. I would not be surprised if it was, but Sol Invictus symbol. the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the shadowless empire, even though through the wild heresies of the intercalate. Now, the timing's a bit weird in this, right? But consider the symbol, right? The division in four. And here we've got the 4 solar hours, the Watchman, the Meniscate, the Sun and Rags, and the Madrigard. The thing that's so cool about a lot of Cultist Simulator is how sort of this world weaves in with our own. And sometimes that's in different paths that history goes down, or it's this other perspective. Ibn al-Adim is a real person. And most people tend to be surprised by that when they find out, because why would you know that name, right? I only knew about it by doing a search for it, and I only started searching for that sort of stuff once I actually found, like, as cool as this game was and as interesting as it was, the more, I think it was really once it started touching on stuff that I kind of knew about, I'm like, wait a minute, that's like, so like number one is like, it didn't happen that way, but they clearly know it didn't happen that way. And then I was like, what else am I missing in here? And then, every once in a while you find something and you look it up. And to me, that's a really rewarding way of playing the game. And it's kind of like what that essay is getting into, right? There's that idea of sort of earning this inheritance. So this brings me back to Book of Hours. So there's the Book of Hours, which is a reference to the hours, these sort of godlike figures in the world of Cultist Simulator. I think there was like 30 of them, and there are 6 that are dead, which I'm fairly certain are the gods from stone, but I have a feeling that there is one that does actually come up that couldn't be dead. So like the wheel and Flint, I'm pretty sure are dead. And I think that's related to the mother of ants and the current. Again, this is the problem about trying to do this off the top of your head. But in any case, it's sufficient to say, okay, 30 hours of 6 are dead. Okay, now I guess we know why there's 24 hours in a day. But it's not just a clever way of talking about the gods in the secret history setting. A Book of Hours is a specific object. Like if you go and look on YouTube for Book of Hours, now you're going to find the trailer for the game, but you will find these beautiful artifacts, right? There's these books from sort of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, and they're sort of full of these devotions, and they're the religious books. And I mean, again, I'm assuming that these are probably particularly well wrought examples, like they've got gems in them and things like that. But the thing, like, why is it called a Book of Hours? Like, if you go by certain churches, you'll see references to, like, Vespers and things like that. Well, what does that mean? And basically, the way that this works is that there's sort of like I'm trying to think of, like, the right way to put it there. So first of all, there's like different fixed prayer times throughout the day, but like basically there are a little bit like in the world of Cultist Simulator, there's sort of an hour that sort of corresponds to the hour of the day. There's this similar idea in terms of these books of hours, and in terms of sort of, I'd say at least the Christian religion. I don't know if it maybe applies elsewhere, but there's just sort of these, again, I'm trying to think of the right way to kind of put it, but like, sorry, I just got a message. I may need to step away from the keyboard for a little bit. If I can, I'll just try and finish the thought, and I'll try and finish the thought, and then we can go back to the gameplay after the Okay. Yeah, I need to. I'll try and wrap it up here, because the thing is again, like this is stuff that I read up when they started with it. And I mean, I knew of this because my aunt is an Anglican minister. So that was sort of where I'd heard about a Book of Hours first, sort of conversation with her. At the very least, I can say that there are sort of prayers that will govern the day. So let's do it. I think in that case that would be like 7. And then the more I read about it, I think there was actually, it may be older. Well, it's definitely older than the Anglican Church, but like, I'm trying to remember when the practice started. But again, you have this idea in terms of our own, in terms of our own everyday experience, this idea of like the day being divided in certain ways and sort of there being certain prayers governing the day, that is very likely related to the hours as they work inside of the game here. Now, again, obviously the hours, so far as I can tell, are not actual entities. They are a creation by Weather Factory, unless they know something that I don't, and this I've deeply misunderstood the game. But I'd be willing to guess that probably for at least a few of you, this idea of what a Book of Hours is in the real world and how that relates to this idea of there being, again, these prayers sort of governing certain time, basically a way of dividing up the day, and then seeing how that maps to these entities, the hours as exist inside the game. All of that just comes from the title, right? And again, I'm running into that problem that I talked about before, which is that if you start machine gunning all of these individual facts, you're not really going to get a very coherent view of what's going on in the game, or like why these things are interesting. But if you find, like, again, maybe just think of it as like pulling on a thread, right? You find one thing that you're kind of interested in and you pull a little bit, and then, oh, okay, that was interesting. I wasn't expecting that. So then you go a little bit further and it's like, oh, wow, I didn't know this was a real thing. And then you go a little bit further and like, oh, that's really cool. And then sometimes maybe it will be, oh, okay, there's this unresolved mystery in the game. Like maybe it's just something like, why is it the witch and sister and the sister and witch, and why are these two different things? How does that work? You can always just say it's magic. But chances are, if you're into a game like Cultist Simulator, you want to try and go a little bit further on this. And again, I think the game does a very good job of sort of dropping these breadcrumbs in front of you. Yeah, it's one of these things where for me, I'm probably a little more reluctant to Google stuff than I should be. And I think it's just because I'm very stubborn. But at least to me, it's like, on my own time, when I'm not streaming Book of Hours, my intention is to sit down, and as I get different cards, I will be making different notes on those cards, and I'll be sort of drawing out these graphs. I will be, it'll be, that meme with the crazy looking guy with all of the different strings attached to each other. It's basically going to look like that. And of course, the big challenge that I have is I know that this exists alongside Cultist Simulator, which has its own sort of understanding. This, I believe, takes place later than Cultist Simulator. But time time might mean a little bit different. You've got multiple histories. You can have contradictory things seemingly happening, within the world of this. You've got the world of the secret histories, but you have 5 histories where things are going on, and so if you aren't able to distinguish what history you're referring to, there can be things that are contradictory and also leave you to yeah. So I was gonna say Cultist Simulator is a bit coy about its specific date. But that is my understanding as well. This game comes right down to it and says, it's this date. But there are some other implications to work through on this, right? So does it take place in the same history as the one that would, that Cult Simulator takes place in, or is that even a meaningful statement, right? Is it is it the idea that the multiple playthroughs may be taking place over different events? I heard a suggestion somewhere, and I didn't want to follow too far on it, but there was a suggestion that Exile is maybe not a prequel, but definitely takes place before Cult Simulator itself. But anyways, that's I went all over the place on that, and I do need to step away for a minute. So I'll put up the break screen and maybe like run an ad to avoid people. Also, welcome, sweeps the pillow clean. Sorry, I should have said that right off the start. But yeah, this was kind of the this was the big one for me. This is my reluctance to use the Secret Histories wiki, because I actually think they're doing something really good by having a central repository where everybody's trying to figure this stuff out. That feels very that feels very consistent with sort of the world of Cultist Simulator. But I do know that there's room for interpretation for this sort of stuff, and there are some things that I'm sort of working on my own, which hopefully I'll be able to share if I ever get it done. And I think there's sometimes some value, like, again, if I sit down and I work on something and I'm like, okay, I think I have a pretty good idea of what's going on with the kernel, then I'd feel okay going and reading the kernel entry and being like, okay, yep, nope, I see that. And if there's something that I don't agree with, then it's kind of like when you're doing any other kind of research, right? Oh, there's something that doesn't make sense here. Why did I think this? Why did I think that? I mean, I think the wiki probably has got a good handle on things. But it's, again, that difference. There's a reason why I wrote that or read that essay, right? definitely didn't write it. It's just the difference between do you passively sit down and consume the lore of the game, and then all of a sudden you've gained this understanding. That wasn't what I signed up for with Cultist Simulator. With Cultist Simulator, I sort of signed up for this difficulty, and like, I make really, really boneheaded mistakes, and I miss some of the most obvious stuff. And then every once in a while, I'll like do something really clever and feel very pleased with myself. And so with that in mind, right, the more I dig into the lore, like, I wouldn't want to deny myself the chance to enjoy that. But anyways, my apologies. I am going to vamoose for a quick minute, and then we will be back to finish off the game. I will try and go a little bit later. I will try to go a little bit later just to make up for the delays and such. So anyways, please get up, get a glass of water, a cup of tea, whatever you need. I shouldn't be more than like 3 or 4 minutes, hopefully. Okay, my apologies. I'm going to try and keep everything focused on that. I did take a little bit longer on that because I was trying. I had a math book, which was it touched on the division of the day. Because like if you think of it, and I do not know a lot about this topic. This will be the last that I sort of say before we go back into the game proper. The I suppose, you know, we have the benefit of being born in the time that we did, but I don't think there's anything obvious about dividing the day into 24 parts. Any more than, say, you know, it would make sense to divide it into two. There's the light part, there's the dark part. I get the impression it was the Babylonians, but anyways, there was one that like seemed to work really well in terms of division. But anyways, whatever it was, like I do know that this is a topic. I'm sure there's actually quite a bit that you can read in terms of the different ways that the day has been kept. And I would not be surprised to find out if there is something about the transition between the various schemes employed that might have something to do with the deaths of certain hours. I think there is, like, Gearby in Cultist Simulator refers to the entry of humans into the Mansis. I don't know if it's really indicated as like a super significant event. It feels like it would be a significant event, but I'm trying to remember if that particular passage highlights it as a major significant event. But you know, you could certainly see, you can see if there is sort of this relationship between how we measure time and, you know, what goes on. Obviously, things happened once we showed up. I think it's fair to say there's a reason why there are gods from flesh. But yeah, in any case. But the one thing that I do find kind of fun, there's a book series I quite like, the Baroque Cycle, and I know one of the authors of this game really liked Cryptonomicon, couldn't bring themselves to read the Baroque Cycle, but there is actually one passage in it which I like a lot. And it's kind of this display of wealth. Like it's a really nice little indication in terms of some of the ways that the world was changing at that time. And there's like this meeting. I think it's like I'm pretty sure it's the Fellows of the Royal Society are meeting, and there's a presentation going on, and one of them, you know, says, "Can we do this in 40 seconds?" And it's like, why specifically 40 seconds? And it is because this individual has a new timepiece, and, you know, it's not just measuring minutes anymore. It is accurately measuring now down to seconds or fractions. I don't think they developed fractions of a second at that time yet, but or at least in that scene. But, you know, in this case here, this is a display of wealth, right? I'm rich enough to get this clock. I know the people, or pocket watch. I know the people who will be able to get this for me, and you don't. So we're timing you. And I actually kind of like that too, because I know that's sort of potentially tied to the question of whether you put the milk in before the tea. I've heard a version of this that it has to do with the quality of the vessel that you're putting it into. There's also a chemistry paper on that. There's also a statistics paper on that. but yeah, anyways, the discussion of the hours and alternative ways of sort of measuring these things and looking at this, it definitely makes me think of that. Also, I happen to like the Baroque Cycle, and I happen to like annoying the people who make that. That's not true. Actually, I don't like annoying them, but I like the appearance of annoying them. There's an important difference. So, okay, we have got a contradiction. We are actually ready to go back into the game. I thank you all for the patience with the digression. Hopefully that gave you something to think about. And yeah, Cree, if you haven't checked out the wiki, let me know, because I have a feeling that's closer to what you were looking for the lady afterwards. But I suspect probably the lady afterwards would never have been like a source book in the way that you were hoping for, because I think they're probably, I don't know if Weather Factory will ever produce a, well, I guess there's the Weather Factory catalog is getting a little bit closer, but I don't know if they're ever actually going to put out a comprehensive, like, this is what's actually going on document. That doesn't quite seem to be in line with how they do it. But I don't know. They can speak for themselves, obviously. So, I think we're at dawn. We should be getting Denzel for sure, so that he can get the Ravaged Foundry. Okay, excellent. Do you have I don't know if I ever asked, do you have a favorite hour? I know you have a favorite principal, but I'm gonna have to change my answer to the principal one, because there's new ones in the game here. Although I am kind of inclined towards Sky and Lantern, which I'm assuming just makes me a Pythagorean. Okay, so we definitely want to get Denzel for the Ravaged Foundry. We know we can get him up to level 6, so we're going to be short on money, but there is a reason. I mean, we get the money so that we can do the things we need, right? For winter, yes, we'll go to Silver Snare. So the first thing we want to do is get Mr. Kill, because we're definitely going to wind up talking with him. And we'll use the shaft to bring Denzel in. Moving on, we do have a text that we want to read. So in this case, it is the Tower in the Twin. So I think we were going to take herbs and infusions and a health to study that. I think we can, yeah, we can use the consider verb. Excuse me. Nectar, full flower. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. You don't mind the loose history and the openness of the lore, but you do enjoy just straight lore. Tell me a story, give me some meat to gnaw on. Yeah, well, I think that's the game, right? I think the game is... oh, opportunity. Okay, so we are going to hire a fisherman for the abandoned bedroom. Assistance from fishermen. In winter, when the storms close the seas, the fishermen will offer their services for a shilling a day. Fishermen offer moon and a little sky. It's going to be another busy day. So, there is an argument, well, you've also got the moon here, like maybe you could use that to study one of those books, but in this case, I do want to, try and unlock as much of the house as I can, so. Fog, coastal fog, moon mared, sea dulling. Fisherman's assistant. Fishermen in this part of the world have a reputation as smugglers and worse than smugglers. Those days are past, mostly, and mostly they just catch pilchards now. But they still remember the words spoken in silence to the moon and the sea. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Right, Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. What do you need? So it would not be a bad idea for me to try and get the means to support myself. Let's go for a whist for a start. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. While we're doing that, I should still be working on my influences. So we needed the forge. I might as well get that right away. So we're going to start with the Tryst. And it was in the Mallory. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Sorry, I've been snacking on things. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So, the abandoned bedroom. A crooning whisper haunts this room. It must once have been luxurious, and it will be once again once I have restored it. But I will need help to lay to rest the restless presence that drifts here. So, there was a tool, or there used to be at least. Yeah, fringed lamp apparently is no longer a tool. Curses. Cozy little night lamp. Alright, the Severn Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, though it was originally furnished for Hafren, the woman of uncertain lineage who became Baron Walter's mother and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. Okay, so we've got the guest bed for those who prefer their mattresses soft. Fringed lamp, a cozy little nightlight. We've got bedside candle holder, moth orchid scented candle, abduction, salvation, either interpretation is plausible, and knighted chair, moon. Okay, so the neighboring room, serpent-haunted bedroom, bright-scaled, watchful snakes lie coiled on every surface. I think some of them might be real. So 6 knock or 6 scale. I'm trying to think who would be... Timothy would be able to go up to 3 knock. I'm trying to think where I'd get the other 3 from, though. Or I guess the fog. Yeah, that's not going to be an easy one, but it does... That's a really good reason for us to... this room is a really good reason for us to build up our worldly resources, because if we need to rely on Reverend Timothy for this room, I'm gonna need to make sure I can hire him on short notice. Okay, so we're not quite ready for Denzel yet, so I'll have a chat with Mr. Kill. And I suppose the next question I have for myself is, what do I want to be doing with my remaining elements of the soul today? So there's one version of this which says I should be investing in like discovering the different skills. Also with desires and dissolutions, I have a feeling I should be able to make a grail drink that my I don't know, like I kind of feel like with the Grail drink, I can make Mrs. Kill do a little bit more for us. So this one's going to be a bit of a pain. What did I think we could get? Can't be that room. This one. So yeah, if I make the... Actually, we can probably do that now. Let's give it a try at least, because there's not a whole lot that I give up doing that. So Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, so what are the targets? We want Mrs. Kill for... Oop. What am I doing? Mrs. Kill for the dim hall. Denzil for the... not the pantry. Denzil for the foundry, and then Mr. Kill for the... what was it? It's not this one. Am I losing my mind on Mr. Kill? So that doesn't work. That one's Mrs. Kill. That will also be Mrs. Kill. Right. This room. So a lot of this is going to depend on my ability to get certain results from certain books, but again, the important thing, as long as the characters who cost money are dealt with first, I'm okay. All right. Learning a memory storm. Now this may change what I want to do with Mrs. Kill, because we can use the storm to bring her up to 3, but then the heart's only going to bring her up to 4. So that doesn't fix, yeah, that doesn't fix anything. Okay, the storm can be set aside. We'll talk to Denzil about metal for a start. But obviously we're getting close to the end of this study. So memory foresight, that's what we were looking for there. Now, so I need Grail, I need the Gossip, and I need the, well, Gossip or Satisfaction. So far, none of the books that I've been looking at are giving me the influence that I need. So, let's... So the problem here is that it would be kind of nice if I had a more reliable way. Well, you know what? We'll catalog the way we always have. Anytime I deviate from that, it's just going to complicate things. So, in this case, we're going to read It Is Written and figure out what's behind that. I used to think it was attached to the type of mastery that you were going after, and maybe it is, and it's just related to the number, but it definitely feels like there are different memories associated with different books, which again makes sense, right? Because in the Mallory, even if it's a lantern text, should be providing something like Forge. I mean, I guess there's technically a bit of lantern there, but... All right, our course is fixed. I deserved a little quiet time, so we're gonna keep sort of spamming the quarters, and I'm gonna be focusing where I can on things that earn me money, and then on top of things that earn me money, restoring elements of the soul that I don't have immediately available to me. So one thing I should be trying to do, for instance, I should be trying to I actually should have tried to get that Arab back, because I could have gone Arab, Ragged Crossroads. Well, okay, there's other things that I could do, but yeah, Libidic Tincture. I have other options, though, given the contradiction. I don't know. I do want to mess around with crafting a little bit more, but I do need to make sure in the case of Arab, that's going to be what gets Mrs. Kill working on the dim hall. Ah, with that in mind. Oh, I think I've already blown it. No, we're just going to leave this. We have to leave this be for now. All right, Nectar Full Flower. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we wound up with an impulse. I'm going to guess that this will be true for the tower and the twin moving forward. I'll put a question mark by it just to be sure, but... So Coil and Chasm, lesson learned, we'll apply that right away, I think. A new skill, Worms, 7 Coils, Dangerous Places, how earthquakes are bound and why they are released. So I would guess here that this might have a scolacosophy side to it. I know we've run into it before, I just don't remember. Yes, Scolacosophy and Nyctodromy. So not immediately useful to me, although it is kind of nice to have some more scale, I guess. Okay. I think we go back to... Well, actually, we've already done that. I feel like I have something I should be doing with my consider verb, and I'm just trying to think what makes the most sense here. If nothing else, I should be applying myself in the sweet bones. Well, let's use our health in the sweet bones for a start, because we are starting to lose the light. Okay, so Denzel's ready to do his job. So again, the Ravaged Foundry. This room has not only been abandoned, but vandalized. Someone has smashed the place up and scrawled W signs on the wall in blood and soot. I'll need skilled assistance to return it to use. Foundry. This room was set aside for metalworking by Hendrik de Wolf. There's always been a smithy in Brandkrug village. Village, but Hendrik wanted to make sure that he could have had his pistol balls cast and his prisoner shackles mended, even if the villagers were feeling rebellious. When Ambrose Westcott arrived, he had little use for shackles and less for pistols. He refurbished the place for his metallurgical experiments. A bad place to be in summer, a good one in winter. Oh, that's nice. All right, let's take a look at all the goodies inside here. Regensburg Balm, an invaluable herbal cure introduced to Hush House by the physician Natad after his exile from Regensburg. A saw, an edge tool, eternally useful, though not for most librarians most of the time. A square, the mason's pride. Not a tool, though, just a thing. Widow's candle and honey scar scented candle. A box of oddities, a tiny treasury of forgotten things. Perhaps there's a real oddity in here somewhere. Okay, that's one I will probably want to check out. A bucket of ashes, long cold, but they faintly remember the fire. And bucket of seawater. Flecks of foam float on the surface. Not the first place we've seen a bucket of seawater. Sorry, seawater, by the way. Foundry. Even metal cannot resist these suasions. Okay. So in theory here, what we would do would be something like transformation and liberate. Oh yeah, no. So in this we could put the... Oh wait. That's... yeah, there's a difference between stone and... yeah, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. So in this case here, I would just need one sort of forge memory, and I'd be able to do something with transformation and liberations. Although presumably, I would want a metal to do like the really exciting stuff with it. Moving on, though, the deserted well. The well is choked and filthy. It'll need to be purified inside and out. Now this is a trickier one, so this is a moon nectar combination. Neither of which I have immediate access to. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep talking with Mrs. Kill then. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. A confounding parable. Well, I mean, that's nice to know about the moon and Rose. We'll do the same trick. In this case, I might as well just use the consider verb. I don't think there's a major difference. Fecres herbery, so chuck you in there. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And again, the aim behind this one here is just to get a catalog of the memories that I'm going to need. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there's no books. Well, there might be books in the buckets, remnants of books, but nothing I can work with. Oh, sorry. Confounding Parable also has Sky. Thank you for a clear reading of all the elements. This is your ideal BOH stream. Also the music. Oh, no, thank you for saying so. I mean, like, this is the thing, right? Like, it is hard for me to say I do any particular thing on streaming well, right? If you're looking for skill in games, you can see other streamers. If you are looking for someone who's got a warm and cozy community, just by virtue of the number of people are there, like obviously there are people who are more adept at building this group, and this is not like sour grapes or anything like that. Everybody's kind of got something that they're good at. The only thing that I really consistently get the nice comments are the voice, right? So if I'm able to play games that highlight that and work well with it, and that's certainly one of the things that was attractive about Cultist Simulator, in addition to it being a very good game, it's something that is a nice little compliment. I agree completely with the music. I love the music so much for this game. Well, there's everything I like about this game. But it's one of the nice things here, too. Like, I have, in general, been reluctant. I don't want to avoid discussing the lore completely, because I think there is value in discussing it. But one of the nice things about it is that there can be an opportunity for people to hear something and do their own work, right? I think one really nice thing about streaming these games... Oh, I forgot the librarian's glasses. Oh, but this is light, not a tool. Interesting. They're not lenses, just plain glass, but a certain sort of visitor is disappointed by a librarian who doesn't wear glasses. But yeah, no, this is one of these nice games where, you know, you can present people with things, you can explain your reasoning behind them, but it still gives them enough space to say, okay, I have a different idea about this, and I think I'm right, and chances are they are. But okay, so I've got what it takes to bring Mrs. Kill up to a 6. But I think I said I needed more, right? Mm-hmm. So let's keep talking with her. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. Oh yeah, actually, I've kind of blown it already. Because what I'm relying on is the drink from Desires and Dissolutions, but I can't get that drink unless I combine it with the Arab, and I need the Arab to be able to bring Mrs. Kill up to her her level 6. So that was a blunder, but that's fine. There's a reason why I focus on people like Denzel and Reverend Timothy and all of that first, and it's to avoid situations like this. Okay, got the metal back. We will see if we can do anything with the Arab. I'm not too optimistic. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any way that gets done. Also, I had opportunities for labor, which I didn't take. So we'll make those up now. Ah! Well, that's a real shame. So, let's swing for the fences on this one. So I now know where I can get my satisfaction. Of course, I realize that chat is just overwhelming with people saying, oh, that's what you were looking for. But I don't think there's anything that stops me from using this to make the, God, what was the name again? Witching to Sane. I don't think there's anything that stops me from making that now. And I definitely don't want to lose the unique item. So, oh, do I have a grail place I can go to? Yes. Okay, so we use the Arab, we use Desires and Dissolutions. So we're at 4. We really just needed one. But here we go. Craft Witching to Sane. Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a Tisane. I'm hoping I spell that right. Or pronounce that right. Okay, moving on. Wait. Okay, so we've completed this room. We will move on. Now, Rose of Voznai we haven't read yet because we don't quite have the lantern that we need. So what I'll do is we will... I think this one might have been... No, hang on. I was using treaties under the underplaces a lot for fear. But yeah, we'll read advice on containment. So the good news here is that through this process, even though I'm not going to be able to use Mrs. Kill to unlock parts of the house, I do have everything I need to get her to get her to a point where she can unlock 2 rooms. So it's still not a bad use of the day, in my opinion, at least. Let me just take a quick look, because I've got some leftover elements of the soul. I should take a look and see if there's anything I can do with the Ragged Crossroads. Okay, so we've got the Savage Hymn and the Bittersweet Memory. So what I'm looking at right now is with my Tryst, my Faust, my Shapt, are there different things that I can use here to, like, what are the things that I can be doing to try and improve my... Oh yeah, so here's a good example. Furs and Feathers. So if I add that with the Faust, well, that brings me up to 4. If I add the Storm, all of a sudden now I'm able to figure out what's going on with Furs and Feathers and Sky. So... now I am going to need to find a Sky table. That works. So we add the Faust, we know we're not using that. We add the Storm. Okay, the Awakened Feather, so apparently... the Awakened Feather gives me 2 Sky, 1 Scale, and it's a thing. So I'm not going to bother with that. Transformations and liberations. I don't have any forge to work with right now. Inks of Power. There's kind of something here, but I need to find a 5th for the rose. And the thing is, I can actually get... I can get it, but I'd have to use an item. And I'd rather not use... yeah, I'd rather not use that item quite yet. Okay. Megaphine Mysteries. There's a possibility here, so if I've got 2 moon... yep. It's better than the intuition. I can never remember. There we go. Eigengrau. All right. So again, this is just my experimentation. This is just a chance for us to learn a little bit about how all the different things work. Probably would have been wiser for me to do this as I was getting the skills, but clearly my attention was more on trying to gain access to all of these rooms and all of these tomes. So I have there's the cataloging of the books, but now there's also the cataloging of my of my skills. It's I'm dealing with the unordered or the disorderly library from the Schopenhauer essay. Okay, I'm trying to get the Arab back. I don't see it working though. I think we just keep talking with Mrs. Kill in hopes that we can get Mr. Kill to do something useful. Oh yeah, I should still be trying. I feel like Door and Wall has possibilities. Assuming I haven't locked up a knock desk. Okay, here we go. Craft a secret threshold. I almost wrote boer in wall. Okay. Again, this is just my chance to see how I might use these in future. I also do have the option of more gardening, but we already have. Basically, we've gotten what we want from the garden. So, do I have another use for lantern? So I think Inks of Revelation gave me Refulgen. Yeah. Watchman's Paradoxes I don't think I've touched yet, so, but the question is, do I have any lantern in my stack here? I do not. Now I could try and get a sight off of that, but... Okay, so let's say that Faust is on ice unless... Well, no, that's not entirely true, because I might have something with sky. Sandbury and Lapidary. I think we already tried that. I think that was an Awakened Feather, if I'm not mistaken. All the desks are occupied. Let's just double check that. Yep. So it's just not informative. I know what an Awakened Feather is, so it's just not as informative. And I'm gonna guess that's gonna be the same result if I do Sights and Sensations, but we learn something if I... Basically, if I can predict what happens... Yep, okay. I feel like I've done Auroral Contemplations before, but I couldn't tell you offhand what the result was. Oh, Eigengrad. Interestingly enough, though, it doesn't seem to be on the list. Okay. So I'm not going to build it, but... okay, so last run I want to do here, so I've got the Whist. Now if I had Winter here... I would have been using it with Mr. Kill, so I think that's a non-starter. Yeah, we won't waste any more time on this investigation. For now, like, if we get a memory that's relevant, I'll change that, but... I think I'm getting a fair amount of information as it is. Okay, so basically we need to... Whatever we want to do, we want to wrap up for the day. So we know that we're not going to be unlocking any more buildings. Mr. Kill's still at level 2. Actually, there's one thing I could be doing. Beachcombing doesn't work. Nope, none of these. I was just trying to see if there's maybe something else I could throw at it. Okay, Witching Sane. It's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. So to mend a broken heart, to color a pale soul. So this is a big one for us because basically this is something I can give to Mrs. Kill to be able to improve her to Grail 2. And what that will mean is this is going to be the thing that gets me access to other parts of the house. I think, yeah, the Arab is probably going to be back too late. So honestly, I think at this point, the best thing I can do is maybe just catalog a few more books. So we'll use the Whist with the high traditions of the noble endeavor. And then let's also do the treatise on the underplaces. I don't think I have any desks left over. Yeah, so we'll leave that. Okay, so this was advice on containment. That gets me a pattern, so that's a 2 knock. So we still want to account for everything. So Sunrise Awakenings is next. Unless I can find better use for crafting. It feels kind of wrong to have the confounding parable be unused like that, but what I really need right now... Oh yeah, so we've got the satisfaction. I think we make another Witching to Sane out of that. Wait, but can I? Because I only have Desires and Dissolutions. I don't have the Arab for it. Yeah, we're probably going to lose it. Although, if I build it tonight, I can always just rest in bed and have it ready for Mrs. Kill. Yeah, we'll see. I think the right call, though, is to continue to catalog the memories coming out of these books. So I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Am I making money? Yes, I am, but... it's done, so we'll do help with letters for the Faust at the end. And everything should be back in time for the end of the night. Something finished. Here we go. Eigengrau. If Gradon oil were drinkable. Okay, this is good. So this gives us some moon and winter. So we can now tackle any level 7. Let's put that... I'm going to try and impose some sort of order here, so... Well, looks like the kitchen's already occupied. Okay, so the Eigengrau is actually a good discovery there. So what that is opening up for us when we come down to it... So we said... Oh, right, sorry. We said we could get 8. So basically, Mr. Kill starts with 2 winter. Then we give him a whist, so that brings him up to 4. We hit him with a... wait a minute. Why did I think I could bring him up to 8? Okay, so Coffin Maker's Assistance to Whist for Memory 8, or sorry, for Memory 6. So we shouldn't be able to go into Silvered Snares. Why did I think I could? Well, just as well I didn't invest a whole lot of effort into him. Well, we did get our Arab back. I think probably the right call here is to focus on, when I can, making the Witching to Sane. Unless I happen to have something that can use Grail right now. Oh, yep. Kitchen range. Do I have a moon that I can throw it? No, not right now. Hindsight. Okay, so that is something I could have used with Mr. Kill, but again, it invites the question, what exactly did I think I was going to be doing with that? So I figure we can talk with Mrs. Kill again for fun. We have got a secret threshold, so that's a memory. It's not easy to draw our own doors, but it's not impossible. So one of the things I like about this, and I've talked about this before, this idea of being able to... So there's a few different ways that you get things from books, right? You get your lessons learned from books, and you maybe learn some fundamentals in terms of skills. But by doing things or experiencing certain things, you wind up leveling up those skills. And on top of that, what can be helpful here is that in Cultist Simulator, with one exception, if you read a book, it goes away. In the case of Hush House, in the case of Book of Hours, the books are objects that you will refer to again. And in this particular case here, you can kind of see, I don't know, I'm sure a number of you probably have libraries of your own. And very often for me, the decision to purchase a book as opposed to just borrow it. I'm buying more books now because the library isn't as good as where I used to live. But a lot of the kind of the choice behind buying a particular book is, do I want to reference it again? So great example of this. I actually had to cancel. Well, they canceled the order. Just I had to get my money back from them. But Tom Stoppard's play Arcadia. Read it once in Vancouver. Remember liking it quite a bit. Couldn't really tell you a whole lot about it except for a few lines. But I was really feeling like, yeah, you know what? I should probably be picking that up again. And not available in any of the libraries here. So that's one of these things where it's like, yeah, I probably should have bought that because that's something I'm going to want to refer back to again. There's lots of... I kind of like reading business books for some reason, which is kind of a shame because as far as like going into business for myself, I would not have any idea on how to do it in a way that like would result in anything but my bankruptcy, or at the very least the bankruptcy of the business. But I don't know, there's still something kind of interesting in reading about it, because like again, you can analyze something well even if you're not necessarily a practitioner. Just the question is what is your analysis for and what does it do? So I was talking about inflation and game prices with somebody before the stream. And the idea here is not like I was giving the perspective in terms of what I felt, and something that I'd say is probably an uncommon belief. And I needed to kind of share. It's like, the thing to remember is there's two hats that I wear. There's the hat as a consumer, And then there's the hat that I wear as an analyst. And very often, you know, with an analyst hat, I'm potentially talking against my interests as a consumer, because the question is, you know, am I following a question to its logical conclusion, or am I sort of advocating for my particular opinion? Sorry, I just needed to throw something away. And that's fine. I mean, like, it's fine to argue for your opinion, but the thing is, everybody's got one. There's nothing special about the fact that it's a system chalk opinion, right, as opposed to anybody else's. The analysis, on the other hand, is a little bit more careful. Sorry, I completely lost why I was doing this. Anyways, so those books, I tend to find they're kind of like Kleenex. I may not even get all the way through them. But it's like, read it once and toss it. Then there are some which are really good and you want to refer to again and again. But this is just another example in terms of how I really like the skill system that this game works through, right? Because I'm sure I'm not the only one who's had this experience where there's a few texts that maybe you're familiar. It's like, oh, I think I read something about that in X, Y, and Z, and then you go and you read it and you take it from another thing and then you kind of combine them and it makes something bigger. And I like, there's a few ways that this game has done something like that, and I always tend to be kind of impressed by how kind of true a lot of this stuff feels. Or maybe I'm saying crazy things. I can't rule out that possibility either. So that was the right call not to try and invest anything in Mrs. Kill. Although I am going to tab out for a quick second because I want to see... Oh, I know what this is. I actually talked about this on Twitter with someone. Witching to Sane. So, there is a feeling that it's inappropriate to call it herbal tea. Actually, I have one which is called a tisane in my my pantry, but the argument is that you've got Camilla sinensis. Anyways, you've got the tea, so like black tea, green tea. It's it's a tea plant. And what we call herbal tea is not that. It's lots of other things. Usually without caffeine, but you've got chamomile, might be an example of that, or whatever. So yeah, in this case here, you're making some kind of you're making a tea-like substance. I'm annoyed that I didn't make the connection because that was like within a day, I think. Oh, regret. Okay. There's tis and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. I do want to catch all this stuff that's... excellent. Okay, so there's foresight. I think that was the one I was originally looking for. This was treaties on the underplaces, so that one was fear. We used that one quite a bit. And I feel like there should be one other... Oh, here we go. Revelation from Sunrise Awakenings. Cool. That was a pretty productive round there. So, I think probably the right thing to do. So let's, as always, let's work out the game plan. So barring the weather, I think it's really Mrs. Kill that's going to be the... That's going to be the key player here. So we need satisfaction, we need Arab. So yeah, the best bet for me here is to skip the... So now that I know where to get satisfaction from, let's queue up satisfaction in advance, and we'll take it from there. Fruits of knowledge. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, I'm running out of room for the items. Okay, I think this is good. We'll wait for the morning. So, Denzil has 2 edge, it's worth remembering. But we can get it for free with Mrs. Kill, so there's no point in paying for that. Again, Reverend Timothy has 1 knock, and it seems to me like we're capable of producing some extra knock, but I can't produce more than 2. So then I suppose the follow-up question would be, well, do I have sort of a knock beverage that I can give him? And maybe I do, but it's not urgent. Now, okay, with Denzil and his edge, so one possibility that we've got here would be, I'm pretty sure there was an edge drink. No, it was Evening Isles coffee. I know there was the serpent milk, but 6 edge is a lot to give up. I don't think I want to get there that badly. So I think the big one for me would be... Okay, actually, so if we can get Timothy up to... Yeah, it's actually Timothy or Denzil. Yeah, so in this case we want to get Denzil in. So we use a Shapt for... Okay, Shapt to bring Denzil in, Metal to bring him up to 4, Foresight to bring him up to 6, and Ross Cragen Whiskey to bring him up to... Nope. Why do I keep thinking that I'm capable of making things stronger than they are? Wasn't the T, was it? No, yes, it is. The Lapsang Souchong. Okay. So yes, I can... Well, okay, actually, with that in mind, we've got the pot here, or we've got... No, this T is different than what I thought. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't really matter which one it is. It's either Timothy or Denzil. Both are going to involve giving up one of our drinks. That's fine. I mean, that's what they're there for, right? So, yeah, I think we'll hire Denzil tomorrow. Okay, so we hire Denzil. That'll guarantee us one, at least one with Mrs. Kill. And we'll see where the rest takes us. And then everything else is sort of free game. I do want to be a little more careful on... I want to start using the sweet bones a little bit more often, because we're definitely going to need the cash. Okay, daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, for starters, assistance from Mrs. Kill. Shaft to hire Denzil with a half crown. And I think we go straight into manual labor at the sweet ones. So there's a lot that can change based on the weather. Okay, so that is a Grail and a Nectar. So if nothing else, that saves us the memory for Mrs. Kill. Although it's kind of late for that because I was already working on that satisfaction. So the question is, does the Nectar get me somewhere? No, because we need to wait for Autumn for a Nectar character. Although what it may do is it may open up some possibilities with Rites of the Roots and Herbs and Infusions. So maybe I keep an eye out. No, what am I saying? No, hang on, sorry. It's Grail, not Heart. Yeah. We'll just use this to boost her abilities. Okay, so we want to get the recovery as quickly as possible, so we'll throw the Arab in here with some water. I'm gonna talk with her. So in this case, we're ignoring Mr. Kill. Actually, with that in mind, we should use the Whist and the Sweet Bones. So the next thing that I'm going to want is the Forge. I don't think I'm quite ready to consider... Well, no, sorry, that's not true. There's a couple of books that I can do the check for. I just got to think about where we left off. Okay, so this was Sunrise Awakenings. Figure it's easy just to move sort of up and down the rooms like so there's going to be a few. All right. The Tower and the Twin, now that was an impulse. It did have a question mark beside it, but I don't think I'm ready to give up on that because we can already get an impulse elsewhere. Or it's not give up, but I'm not ready to test it because there's genuinely new information that I can get. All right, a light in the inkwell. So we'll use our Tryst for that. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I suppose with that in mind, maybe there are other things that I want to do. No, because Metal Whist Metal we have to use for Denzil anyway. Wistfast, Shapt, and Health can all earn me money. So I'll cool it for a little bit. Okay, so next up we'll talk with her. I'll preserve the rain. I don't really see any reason... don't really see any reason to throw that away. So the rain has nectar. Health is the only thing with nectar, so maybe we'll start using that whist. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So I think we're due for a chat with Denzel next. Okay, there's the foresight that we wanted for him. Okay, now in terms of improvements for Mrs. Kill and Denzel, we kind of have what we already need. There is a small chance we may be able to bring Mrs. Kill back, though. So I'm going to try and go for... another satisfaction, just so I can be prepared. And if it doesn't turn out, we can always just make another Witching to Sane. Obviously, I've kind of given up my explorations in terms of building different things, but that's we'll catch up on that when we can. Okay, a revelation from a light in the inkwell. I think that's a pretty standard lantern one. But it doesn't hurt to check. So I think I've got four here, but I'd rather use them for the earnings. I deserved a little quiet time. We are already collaborating. Great. Well, actually, yeah, so it's just a question, right, we need to level everyone up. I think I'm actually going to... I think we need to focus on Denzel. So there might have been a situation where I could have rehired Mrs. Kill, but I need to make sure that the person I paid for is immediately available. I will try and recover the Arab all the same. It may not be the most efficient. Okay, quick nap with a warm bed. In a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So we'll employ Shapt next in the Sweet Bones. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Okay. Tea time. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. And we'll do the same with Mrs. Kill in a minute. Although, as you can see, the... Oh no, it's just midday. Okay, it's actually looking good with the Arab then. So, these are the two rooms I would have needed to worry about. So I think we go back to our default of cataloging things. So Deoris Book 1. Right, down to the Grushians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So now we've got Super Denzel. I've probably been a little stingier with the various items that I need to be, but it's nice to just get into the habit of being like, okay, what are the things that I can get? What are the things that I can get on my own? What are the things that I genuinely need kind of outside assistance with? And certainly, all of the solar content up here is would fall under that category. There's this weird offset, by the way. I think this is just supposed to be over to the left here, but you'll notice that it's actually falling outside. I've already put in a ticket, not for the one I'm more worried about is when they actually fall off the side of the screen, but there's something for some reason that seems to be just shifting them all over to the left by one. Anyways, Wind-Proud Gallery. This has long been a holy place, but the rites have gone too long unperformed. The windows are shattered, and only the wind walks here now. What are we looking at? Windlet Gallery. In the days of the Brethren, every day this gallery would ring with the liturgy of the hours. In the times of the DeWolfs and of the Curia, there were services here every Sunday. All those times are long gone. This is a house of echoes now. So, we have a harp. I have been a string and a harp disguised for 9 years in water in the foam of the sea, the battle of the trees. Moon and sky, another Sol Invictus symbol. Beeswax candle. The notorious HMS Karashim, a fourth-rate ship of the line captured by Sebastian de Wolf in the Battle of Quiberon Bay. Lost with all hands. Edge and moon and winter. And we've got a workbench. So it will accept tools, materials, and remains. And again, I suspect transformation and liberation. So, like, as an example. No, that won't work. I'm looking for 4G remains. Maybe coil and chasm. I don't think I have what it takes to make this what it needs to be, though. I need to get the 5 somewhere. Anyways, something to consider. Spanners, when you need them, you need them. So, forge tool, oscillate oil, Cater and Hero's finest oscillate oil, forge and moth, a crate of supplies, something helpfully set aside. So that's another. There's a few packages that I haven't opened, which I should, I think. Okay, the Echoing Chamber, 9 Lantern, 9 Moon, 9 Winter. Ill-Omen Tower, Forge, Lantern, Sky. And then the Shrouded Stair, 6 Edge, 6 Forge, 6 Knock, 6 Lantern. So we're going to have to pay up for it, but both both the Reverend and the blacksmith will be able to help us get to the Shrouded Stair, although the Veiled Chamber is still going to be a bit of a trek. Okay, we are ready to give Mrs. Kill her witching to Sane. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Guess we'll go for the higher difficulty one first. I do want to be a little more careful when I'm looking at the rooms, because I have a feeling it's quite easy to lose books if you keep watching zoomed out. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Okay, so whist again. Help with letters. I could help with the correspondence. I could help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So this Arab timing actually worked out very well. So I deserved a little quiet time. Down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So, what we do here is we go to the dim hall. The walls are hung with weapons. As I say the threshold, a whisper troubles the still air, and a pair of wall-hung swords glints menacingly. More of Van Loren's protections. They seem much stronger on the seaward than the landward side of the house. One might begin to wonder if they were intended to protect against outsiders at all. So I do want to take a look at what's going on there, because that's a brand new house for us, or part of the house for us. But I do want to get Mrs. Kill back in the game as quickly as possible. Dueling Hall. In baronial times, this was a ballroom, but in the 19th century, during Brulot's time as librarian, a dyad of eternally dueling edgelong agreed to stay at Hush House for a year and a day to allow Natalia to study them, if she satisfied certain conditions. A properly equipped space was one of those conditions. Ultimately, the business turned out to be a trap or a trick played by one or both of the dyad, and they left after only a single battle. Their names are recorded as Mistress Dearday and Father Torg. 1 second, please. Okay, lots of things here. Practice equipment. Zita's practice sword. This is wood. The pillars of the sky, to some, to others, paper and waiting. Green's practice sword, a varnished length of wood. Matched flintlock pistols. A pair of pistols, the style and maker's mark suggest late 17th century. The initials MD are marked in silver above the Wolfsagent of the Baron's Brandkrug. Who's this? Oh, weird. There's a bunch of stuff in here that I can't actually click. That's almost I almost certainly should be able to move this, and then these drinks are... Dark chair. Okay, yeah. So I feel like hunter's bow, crossbow, sentry's bow. Yeah, this is interesting. So if I move like this, it counts as practice equipment. So if I had a guess, the practice equipment might be standing over the bust and the drinks. Okay, just a second. So one thing I want to do here is just kind of click slightly to the left or right. I just want to see if this is something to do with like an offset for the mouse. But in this case here, I think it's just for whatever reason I'm not able to interact with these objects, which is a shame. Like, you know, I have been trying to get a read on the where to put the things in the stairwell, but it's not like I'm not declaring an oath of enmity against Weather Factory over this quite yet. Okay, rattling bridge. Now this does not require. Oh, interesting. So this requires an offering rather than a. So I was going to say, oh, this is easy. This is just a. This is just a question of. Sorry, this is just a question of bringing in Mr. Kill, but it's not. Each time the wind makes its rounds, the whole bridge shakes. On its threshold, there is a serpentine knot mark in browned blood. The mark is fading, but it still trembles with the power of the spirit that waits in it. A great servant of the old house, perhaps the last of the fine takers themselves. I must pacify it with a suitable offering before I can pass. So I do have some inks already, but I think I'm at the point here, it might be kind of nice to try and make an ink of my own. So I'm reluctant to follow through on that right now. At the very least, I'm reluctant to do it tonight. And then the blockaded stairs. Someone has filled these stairs with blocks of timber and broken furniture. They filled the timber and furniture with signs to bring shadow and despair. Did they want to prevent an intruder from passing or a resident from leaving? Either way, it'll be difficult and careful work to open the stairs. More importantly for us, it's too much. Oh, it did occur to me, by the way, so with the spanners, anything, if I was able to get Denzil to get to an 8 forge place, I can get him to a 9 forge place. And that should have been clear, like... Although, again, the question, do I want to give up that T is a reasonable one. So yeah, tomorrow we're definitely going to hire Denzil, but for the lower one. The mop and bucket does give us some extra... Oh yeah, no, the mop and bucket will be helpful because it'll help us with the heart. So that is something that I'm going to want to do. Cool. Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, so we're rushing through as much of this as we can. The witching to Sane is the last step because that's the thing that I can't recover. Okay, Deoris gives me Impulse. Oh, come on. Sorry, I've got a technical problem. Sorry, I had a technical problem, but we're good. So that's a moth and a nectar. That nectar won't help because I've already got the rain. Okay. I'm trying to think if... I guess I don't have any cataloging to do. Let's just double check. Oh, this is telling, actually. So notice how when you mouse over this room, it's got like the solid pink outline. When you mouse over this one, it's just slightly offset. I wonder if that's what's causing everything to kind of pile up on top of each other. I'm just imagining things at this point. There's no benefit to me speculating on it. Okay. So, the reason why I wanted to double check that was just to make sure that there wasn't a book I could be cataloging. If there was, I wanted to catalog it. If there isn't a book for me to catalog, then I'm just going to continue with this routine that I've been doing here. So essentially, until we start unlocking new rooms in the tower, we've explored all of the books sort of from this side of the house to the right. And I'm going to do basically the same thing as before. We're going to scan each of the rooms. I'll probably go like up like this and then down. And it's really just a question of... there's actually two purposes that this is serving. One, it's helping me kind of keep track, make sure that I'm... Basically, I'm trying to make sure that I'm trying to make sure that I'm properly I'm trying to make sure that I'm properly looking at the rooms and I'm not leaving books behind. But the other thing that I want to do, I wanted to have kind of a systematic way of accounting for the books. For the simple reason that if I don't, I'm going to wind up referring to my my notes over and over and over again. I'm already doing that quite a bit to write these down. Oh, right. Eric Pan. Yeah, some of these I can't because I haven't read them yet. Okay, looks like we are into... We're into the big rooms. So, on the winding stair. So for the sweet bones, I'll make sure that I should be trying to recover. I don't think it's really going to matter if I'm completely honest. Still, let's give it a try. I'll try health. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. At 90 seconds, I may have actually just made more problems for myself. Alright, eagerly we anticipate our work. So, next up, we put in the satisfaction. Brings her up to level 6, then we give her the witching to Sane. And hopefully, that's enough to... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see it through. Okay, so Faust to help with the letters. My reasoning here is that I can use the health with the rain to try and do something with nectar. Although maybe it would have been better for me to come up with a list of the different skills that I haven't figured out. What I should maybe do is take these handwritten notes and put them into some kind of an Excel file. This is kind of funny because I believe that is how they are made in the first place. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just a chance for me to not have my scrawl. I'm not going to do it while I play the game. There's something nice about handwriting something while you play, but... Okay, a pattern. So the good news is for most of these, we're already familiar with what we get. The reason that's a good thing... the reason that that's a good thing is it means I'm not missing out on kind of like essential memories. So, Hunting Journals of Brian. Man, that was the one we spent so much effort trying to get. Yeah, so we're definitely going to unlock the next room. Down to the Grushians. Okay. The Rose-Haunted Hall. The room is rife with climbing roses, tangled in the lamps sprawled across the table. The blossoms are a deep, deep red, one of those colors not often seen in waking life, and their perfume makes my head swim. Another of Van Loren's protections, or something else? In any case, it'll be arduous, careful work to clear it. And we have the refectory. Here, the whole Curia used to meet, the librarian and the secretary solvent, vigilant, and enigmatic. Sometimes even the secretary's nunciant, though the duties of that office usually kept him away from the house. But there has only ever been one secretary persistent, and she has never liked to eat in company. That was in the good times of the Curia's heyday. In later years, the governor of the jail would sit at one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silences between their words. So another clock, a Maskwatch clock, reputedly crafted for the Mask of Masks during the Great Writhing. A night mirror, the glass returns reflected light with some reluctance, so even in broad daylight the effect is that of dusk. 2 tall candlesticks. Well, more than 2, but we can only click on one. Got the refectory fireplace. The fire mutters companionably in the grate. Man, I love the writing in this. The heart-haunted room. Okay, so this is going to be another opportunity for Mrs. Kill to show her stuff, although we probably need more witching to same. So the sun in this room dims impulses of sunset red over and over in a half-hearted heartbeat that matches the crashing of the waves below. It'll need careful exorcism from someone attuned to those influences. Now, this room in particular leaves me sort of wonder. Like, so sometimes, it's just nice to have a nice room. But this is one of these ones where I'm like, okay, so I don't quite know the purpose of this room yet. It doesn't have any books in it. There's a few items. So we've got a portrait of a behatted lady. The more prominent the headgear, the closer to glory. The Chiliarch's Victory, a blurred, menacing depiction of a vast, flabby carcass, the color of a dirty sulfur, patched with brighter yellow, signed Brulot, 1861, edge and scale. And then we've got 2 vases of lilies. So I'm gonna guess. There's a lot of rooms, but I'm pretty sure this was not Weather Factory saying, you know what, we're just going to phone it in on this one. I suspect that there is a purpose for this room. that will be clear later. But at this point here, I'm not too clear in terms of what this has really gained me, and that's actually true for a couple of rooms. But at least in the case of the Mazarine room, like we have the grand piano. We've got a few musical instruments that we can do things with, and that's not true for this one. The only real like workstation, for lack of a better term, is the fireplace. Although again, it's sometimes interesting to look at the names of things. So I suspect these will probably be rather significant items. It's just we just don't know what their purpose is yet. Okay, so we're not bringing Mrs. Kill back. Turns out we do have 16 seconds, although I don't think it's going to make a difference. Yeah, I think probably we just... I think we just close things down. I won't do anything with nectar or anything like that. We'll just let the night go by, and we'll recover everything that we need to. We also need to think about wrapping up reasonably soon. I'm already an hour over, and I do need to be kind of responsible with my bedtimes given how it's worked the last little while. Sorry, I heard a click of something finishing and I just can't find it. Right. So yeah, agreed. Yes, I know what I want to do. I want to hire Denzel. I want to hire Mrs. Kill. I'm actually going to maybe focus on Mrs. Kill first. So we'll get a satisfaction right away. We will get... So yeah, we hire Mrs. Kill so that I can restore the Arab. Actually, I guess I don't need to restore the Arab. Well... Oh no, hang on. I don't have the Tisane. So we can maybe do it, maybe not. Is there a chance I can... Not really. Okay, fear. But yeah, I think actually I need to focus on Denzel, not Mrs. Kill, because if I focus on Mrs. Kill... I don't have the witching to Sane. All right, have a good one, Algrins. But yeah, I do have a pretty clear idea of what I want to do, so let's go start with some satisfaction. So one satisfaction for the Tisane, one for Mrs. Kill herself. Oh, I shouldn't have done satisfaction. I should have done the forge, actually. Bad habit. Snow. That probably changes quite a few things. Okay, so let's think about what we can do with Mr. Kill. We can get him up to 6. It sucks that I use my whisk that way, but we'll be fine. Yeah, so we can get him up to 6. We can take him to a 9 here. A 9 here. Or the 8, but, I mean, why would we do that, right? I think maybe the echoing chamber is... Well, no, let's think about the most difficult. Well, that is the most difficult. Yeah, so it's either the veiled chamber or the echoing chamber, and I'm more inclined to the echoing chamber. So the reasoning that I have here is that because there is another aspect that that's in this list, the echoing chamber is technically more difficult because there are fewer options. So I would have preferred not to. I would have preferred like not to have kind of jumped the gun on this, but like how could I have known, right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Okay, what do you need? So we are going to talk to Denzel. We'll give him the medal right away. Yep. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay. There's a few things we're waiting to get started, and then we'll be a bit more productive with our time. Okay, so let's get that forge. I'm getting the forge because I know the winter is going to take longer. Next up, we recover the whist so that we can boost Mr. Kill's winter aspect. And now that we've got satisfaction, we use Grail. I messed up. So memory satisfaction, desires and dissolutions, and then point of Arab, so craft witching to sane. I'll try and make a second one, but that's obviously not a priority like the other stuff right now. So I'm normally reluctant to do this, but I am going to jump the gun by talking about the snow with Mr. Kill. So more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Okay, so I don't see myself using the shop, so fixing mending, there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. I've got 18 seconds, so we'll have a chat with Denzel, see if we get anything interesting out of that. We lose a little bit of time, but not a ton. Okay, so we've got the memory foresight. That's going to be for Denzel. Next up, we need to find something with winter for Mr. Kill. That's actually a little harder. Yeah, you know what? It's occurred to me, in all of the reading that I've been doing here, I have yet to find... I've yet to find a reliable winter generator. Okay. Was Keon at Abydos? Yes, okay. So I'm a little reluctant on the Orchid transfigurations here just because it's not as critical. But I do want to follow the pattern, so something finished. There we go. Okay. So here we talk to Denzel about the foresight. So that's going to, at minimum, get us the shrouded stair. But we really want to work hard on getting the winter. Hang on. I might have been a dummy. The bittersweet certainty at the ragged crossroads would get me 2 winter and 1 lantern. So it's not quite ideal, but it'll do in a pinch. So that means I need to replenish the whist as soon as it comes up here. Okay. So the deal is this. I use this whist to talk to Mr. Kill to boost his stats. And assuming that we get this one in time, that's a big if. So in 90 seconds we need, I think, a minute to be able to turn that into... Again, I'm losing track of things. But yeah, the aim is going to be I can use kind of the study here to... I wonder, actually, if we... So I don't think this is going to do what I want it to. Yep. It was worth a shot. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to have a chat with Mr. Kill about whist. I'm also going to take Denzel and get him to explore the Shrouded Stair. This has long been a holy place, but the Menasket has withdrawn her favor now. Someone has shattered a mirror on the floor. The shards wink from the gloom. Something half-seen flits from shard to shard, avoiding my gaze, unseen no matter how quickly I turn my head. Only once it's pacified will I be able to pass safely. The Radiant Stair. The Watchman's Shrine here is decorated with the Eye Elegabline, a controversial variant of the Watchman's Eye. The Elegabline rites have always had a shaky doctrinal status. It would not often have been seen, of course. These stairs were reserved for the choir monks who sang the Liturgy of the Hours, the ones permitted to enter the chancel. Still, it is a little surprising that the eye was allowed to remain when the monastery was dissolved and the aisle given to the de Wolfs. I will note there's an image of a turtle. So I looked at the pets. I don't know if any of you have seen the pets, but I was quite attached to the turtle, and I did not realize that it does have an eye on it. It's not this eye. It's not the Elegabline eye, but I did. I was amused, let's say, by what I saw. Now, for the Shrine of the Watchman, I'm definitely feeling, like a Faust. I still haven't figured out the mark, but like a Faust, some lantern candles. I'm feeling like that is a way to make something special happen. But yeah, I don't know. We'll work it out. Okay, let's just keep our heads. So yes, we're still trying to get our 9 winter. That's going to be, I think that's going to be sort of the last big push for tonight. Okay, Solace is the opposite of what I need right now, but so here I'm going to try Keon at Abydos, just because it's the most likely one to have the winter aspect that I need. And again, had I written this stuff down ahead of time, I wouldn't be running into these problems, but I gotta live with the choices I made. Okay, my assistant and I will be prudent. So, we're at 7 now. The trick here is basically going to be, I'm going to keep talking with Mr. Kill. At the very least, it gets me another 30 seconds to, to potentially generate a winter. And then in 39 seconds, we're going to try and generate winter using Ragged Crossroads. Assuming we don't hear the dreaded birds. But I think I'm feeling moderately optimistic that we're going to see this through. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Didn't make any progress on trying to heal myself, but that was assuming that I'd be going up further in the tower, and things didn't quite turn out that way. Okay, don't need the foresight, but it's a start. Okay, I think we should be okay. I am going to bring back the Faust. No special reason, just I want to try something if I can. Now, with the Whist, we take the Ragged Crossroads, the Whist, Bittersweet Certainty. Because this is so central to my ability to unlock a new room, I'm just going to double check my notes. So Ragged Crossroads, Bittersweet Certainty, 2 winter, 1 lantern. Find a chilly insight in the intricacies of regret. So 60 seconds, but we should be able to... and we got the regret. So we didn't need it after all, but it's good that we got it anyway. Winter, nothing more. I do like that regret is forge, and I suspect there is a reason why a smashed egg is that image. Okay. Let's, I still want to go back to my cataloging routine, but we'll try and do this in a slightly more sensible order. So we'll start with Locksmith's Dream. And I need to make sure in 11 seconds I put the regret in Mr. Kill. Otherwise, I'm going to be very, very sad. Actually, one thing I could do too is try and get satisfaction for the Witching to Sane, but maybe a bit late for that. I am a complete idiot. The weather is a memory. I don't think I have any 7 winter. I do have an 8 though. Yeah, so no 9 for me. That's a that's a real a really boneheaded move that I made there. But we do have the Eigengrau. I will actually take a second. I think the only winter stuff, yeah, like Solomon's Preparation's a little, I think that's a little extreme for this stage. But I can make as much Eigengrau as I like, so, oh, for heaven's sake. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So yeah, a little disappointing, but we managed to turn it into something. Maybe what I'll do is I'll keep talking with Mr. Kill until night falls, just on the odd chance we get like a grail. Okay, so here we will use a health and the sweet bones. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Okay, there's the bittersweet certainty, but again, it's a memory, so we've already used that. And revelation. I think I'm willing to I think I'm going to catalog another memory. there's a side of me that wanted to try and make another. Well, we can try Orchid Transfiguration's a feast. So I'm hoping to get like a satisfaction, so that we can make another Witching to Sane. But I have a feeling that if I do that, the Arab is going to wind up on cooldown at dawn. You never know, though. That's the reason I'm still talking with Mr. Kill. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I think anything I do at this point will be occupied. Wait, there was a song associated with that music video? I just watched it on mute. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, listen. So, we're at 8 winter. Wasn't my ideal. Just taking a second here to double check that there's nothing obvious that I can do to improve my state of things. So we will settle for the silvered snares. The mirrors in this room teem with watchful spirits and perilous reflections. They can be mollified and banished, but only a fool would try to exercise a room of dualities alone. So another new room for us. Although this is Curia. Hall of Division. Ava DeWolf first furnished this as her Hall of Division, holding feasts where the guests were selected by unusual and exacting criteria. Later, Teresa Blake, 7th librarian, employed the speculist Pomander to add more mirrors. Lots more mirrors. Or maybe it's Thurza Blake, sorry. Okay, a vase of Amaryllis mirrors. It is often said of Lady Ava later that she was always good with mirrors. I can't imagine any possible significance for mirrors in this. Hendrick's Blade, a long hunting knife or a short close quarters sword. A plaque reads Hendrik de Wolf, 1525. So we're definitely well past the looking at books phase of things. We're definitely, I'm assuming these are rooms where we're expected to be able to put together things, basically put together combinations that we've, gained some kind of an understanding from. The problem is that I've not been paying attention at all to the things that would tell me, oh yeah, I want to put, so memory, light, element of the soul. I'm like, oh yeah, obviously I just put the candle and the, I can make some guesses, right? I've got a Faust kicking around here, so auroral contemplations, revelation. Great, Eigengrau. Mind you, it's 9. Well, hang on. Let's maybe see if we've got a more intense lantern cast. Oh, okay. This is my first chance to get a 10 strength on something. There's still a kind of possibility for the scholar level recipe. Mix in another liquid to produce an alchemical essence. Well, I do have refulgin. Oh, of course, because, right. There was another, right, it was the Watchman Shrine. I suspect it's going to be the same. Oh, here we go. Inks of Revelation. So mix a pigment of blinding white, the first precursor of one of the great inks. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I add glass, I can resolve it to a more potent lantern liquid, the second precursor of a great ink. Okay, now what's interesting here, what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to make an ink, and I'm trying to think where. I don't feel like the alchemical table is the right place for that. It doesn't take lantern. Maybe I don't need to worry about it taking lantern. Bitter black salt is certainly a start. I'm definitely feeling possibilities. I'm just not. I'm trying to get a good example of like a higher level consideration. But I can definitely sort of see. I think probably what this is. I think this area is sort of a. I don't know, like a skill check. Like, hey, have you demonstrated that you know how crafting works? Because technically, all these other places you can get by without building anything. I think that's probably what's going on there. Anyways, I'm reluctant to invest any time in crafting things unless they give me a really clear benefit at this hour of the night. So I think I'm just gonna let the timers do their thing. So I think what I'll do is we'll call it there because we're at the 4-hour mark now. It's probably like 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. 1 o'clock. It's not as bad as I thought. Oh, cool. So this wouldn't have gotten me what I needed anyway. Intuition. Apparently I haven't gotten intuition before. That doesn't seem right. Okay, so Because I'm going to be setting myself up for next turn, and again, depending on how the weather turns out, what am I trying to accomplish here? So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the Moon, Nectar, and Heart are all non-starters. Wait a minute. Okay. So I can get Moon from a fisherman. So we can bring a fisherman up to 6. Oh boy. The answer was sitting right in front of me all along. So, in winter, we can hire a fisherman for 2 Moon. So we combine them with... Nope, hang on. Where do I get the rest of the Moon? Just shy of what I needed. So Fisherman will get me 2 Moon. I can boost it by the 1 with Trist. So that would take it up to 3. I have a memory that can bring it up to 5. And then I can make something that will bring it up to 6. So at that point, we're really just waiting on fog. Okay, so let's step back and think again. So, in a pinch, I can hire Denzil. And actually, I'm very tempted to do this. So hire Denzil, give him Foresight, give him Metal, give him T, which brings him up to 8. Sorry, Denzil starts at 2. Metal brings him 4. Foresight brings him 6. The T makes him 8. The Spanners make him 9. And that gives us a mop, which in theory... Okay, well, let us think about the theory. So with the mop, we can turn Mrs. Kill into a 2 heart. And then we bring... Yeah, okay. So Mrs. Kill becomes a 2 heart with the mop, a 3 heart with my heart, or health. And then with, let's say, Solace or Storm becomes 5, which gives us access to the Motley Tower. So now that we know that, the first order of business is to queue up the forge right away. And just as well I didn't try to hire the the fisherman. All right, yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. Still not as bad as the well-hung swords. Commandments for the preservation of all that exists. They really want to sell me this one. Well, we have a silver Spintra now, so if I want to add to the collection... Gold Spintra. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin. Spintra. Gold Spintra display scenes that are not visible to mortal eyes on their reverse side. So the problem here is that I do actually have... I do actually have the money to be able to buy this text. The thing is that I cannot see a situation where I'm able to read this anytime soon. So I think I'm going to hang on to my Spintra for now. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Speak with Denzel. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. 2 shillings will buy his help for a day. I guess I've got Witching to Sane, but do I have a grail? Yes, I do. Okay. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd but jobs. Now, I don't really need to worry about that because I've got the £1 note, but I wasn't going to do anything with the health anyway. And we've got a storm. So this is even easier. Alright. There's a lot to get through, so I am going to go a little bit further, but I am going to mute the stream for a very quick second. Sorry, I really should be going to bed, but this is too good of a start for spring, so just give me a sec. Okay. Let's bring this home. I may even do the full day, but let's see how far we can make it. So, for starters, let's talk with Denzel about metal. Oh, I should have talked with Mrs. Kill about the storm, actually, but... Okay, there's the foresight for Denzel. I still want to work on getting Mrs. Kill up to the level I need her at, so we will get a satisfaction. Our course is fixed. Talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Flams thanks you for your continued interest. The book may become available for purchase again later. He's back! So there's a side of me that says maybe we try and learn a language from him. Like, I'm doing okay for Spintra. Well, okay, the other thing is, if I satisfy his need, he will... he'll even it out to 6. I don't know, though, being able to add a new language? I should probably take the chance, but we won't worry about that till later. Okay, let's go shot for fixing and mending. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. I am going to double check that there's nothing else that's fancy that I want to do yet. So 7 hard. Well, okay. So if I really, really want to push it. No, actually I can't. Yeah, I would need core. I would need core or the mop, and I don't have the mop. So let's just go for the bird in the hand. The Motley Tower, first floor. The door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant has probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. So many books! This is the room I was hoping to get to before I started committing anything, but... The waiting room. Christopher Alopoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Alopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because he saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kukurbit. Relations between the Kukurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. So on the second floor, this might be where I wind up making a cure for myself. We need either 6 heart or 6 moth. Now, we're not quite out of the woods for that, but the fact that we have a big stack of books to work with. Also, no, those are ashes. I thought there was an ink. Apparently not. Barber's chair, though. I don't think I have any really powerful moth, but let's take a quick peek. I don't have any other moth stuff to throw at this yet, though. Okay. We boost up Denzel, we get Mrs. Kill back. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Alright, something to consider. So there's the satisfaction for Mrs. Kill. We still need to worry about Denzel, but let me just think this through. So for Denzel, we've given him the medal. We need to give him the tool, then we give him the tea, and then he sets to work. Mrs. Kill, we give Arab satisfaction. Arab satisfaction, witching to sane. Cool. I am definitely focusing on Denzel first, though. So the question is, what do I do with the tryst? I think we set about cataloging these books, because there is a lot to get through. And last time we were in here, we wound up with like 3 curses. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So we're going to talk with him about the spanner first, because that's... actually, proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use the tool, so that brings them up to 8. Or no, sorry, 7, and then the T brings him to 9. And then if we have anything left in the tank for Mrs. Kill, we'll take care of that. Okay, so she's already in here. We've got the Arab. Let's bring back Arab, because I may want to make a witching to Sane, but to be honest, it feels like kind of a waste. I'm curious if I can... No. Still can't offer them a guest bed. I may need to read the text again just in case there's something fancy going on, but... Okay, back to Whist. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So here we've got the Carmine Petal, which is a 16 lantern. Given that we've got an 8 lantern we haven't read yet, I'm not feeling too optimistic about that one being studied. Okay, so with this veiled goddess Lapsang Suchong, named for an enigmatic minor deity whose charge is in the healing of burns. So now we know that Denzel's going to get us to the ill-omened tower. The target of opportunity is the heart-haunted room. So for that, we're going to need to talk with Mrs. Kill about Arab, satisfaction, witching to Sane. Obviously, we save the witching to Sane for the last because, you know, we don't want to lose it for no reason. Okay, Lady Ava's Repose. Definitely one we can manage. Oh boy. Down to the Russians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So in this case here, it makes sense to talk with Mrs. Kill right away. We've got our 9 forge. So the stairway has been chained off. The stairway has been chained off. More than chained off. The whole thing is wrapped or swathed in chains. Authoritative sigils forbid entry. So looks like there's some books I wasn't expecting too. So the church tower. The bells in this tower rang every Sunday, even in Solomon Husher's time, until Theresa Blake finally canceled services so she could save money by sacking the priest. This brought a deputation of angry locals from Brandkrug village, where there was a fearful superstition that when the bells of Brandkrug fell silent, the bells of Yves would be heard. So here we've got the mop and bucket, galvanized steel, enriched with the stains of a dozen years of methodical mopping. 2 texts, uncatalogued solar books, a watchful candle, more Lapsang Suchong, so it's a little sorry for making you use that, and level 10, the stopped clock. With maniacal but methodical care, someone has disassembled the clock and scattered it around the room. Wheels and parts have been piled and lent on every surface. A W has been marked on the stairs in soot. And the glaring room. This has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it, and the light here cannot be borne. In the day the sun's light dazzles, in night the moon's light freezes. Only once a piece has been laid on the room will I be able to enter safely. So 10 heart, 10 lantern, or 10 winter. Now that is a case where we could justify Solomon's preparation. So bring Mr. Kill up to 6, give him Solomon's preparation, we go into the glaring room. Alternatively, we can go to the clock, but yeah. Okay. Nothing to do quite yet. I am going to need to start reading some books soon, but maybe we will... We'll wait a little bit before I go too crazy about it. Again, I'm fighting the last battle here. I really do not need to put this much effort into earning money, but Etery After, so a 4 winter text that is well within my means. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. Actually, I don't think it would hurt to maybe study a couple of these. Or would it? I think I should actually get my ducks in a row on that, because we don't know when Numa's coming. And there's a very real danger that I'm going to wind up with lessons learnt that I can't use. So maybe we make sure that we read the books first thing in the morning. I've got plenty that I can do, so I don't think it'll be a hardship, given how much we've been using our Elements of the Soul at the Sweet Bones. Excuse me. I don't see that. I don't see giving that up being a problem. All right. Eagerly we anticipate our work. I think I'll just leave the bed alone. The other line. Okay, for heart. That's good. If I can get this thing cataloged before the end of the day, which I don't think will... Well, actually, there's a chance that it might happen. That's pretty good for me. I'm not... I can make it faster if I use the Foster, the Whist, or the Arab, but the problem is if it's cursed, there's a problem. Sorry, the problem is there's a problem, yeah. There is a very real danger that I wind up with more than one curse, at which point I'm gonna find things much more difficult than they should be. Okay, a nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. And again, depending on the weather tomorrow, we may wind up in a situation where we can go through the rest of the Motley Tower. I'm a little less convinced that I'm going to be able to do anything with these regions quite yet, but you never know. So, Frost in this case, help with letters. I'd actually argue the lessons learned are a little more important to me now than the skills, because what I need are some texts to get my lantern up to read the Rose of Woznai. Okay, Deoris Book 2, that's a piece of cake. Okay, so the remaining question is, do I want to keep talking with her to try and get some memories? I don't think it would hurt. Stolen histories. So yeah, definitely a lot of very straightforward books for us to read. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So this seems to be the last room we can reasonably expect to uncover for the next little while at least. But we're doing well as far as cash is concerned. And I think, I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good about where we are in terms of potential. So like there's a few books that we haven't read yet, depending on how the actually one thing I could do is I could start reading these books with no, but I don't know if it's Numa or not. I was going to say I was going to start reading some of the easier books with my tryst, but that's actually a dumb thing to do. But the one thing I can do... Okay, so let me just see where we're at with Mrs. Kill. So if we don't have the weather in our favor, Solace will give us 2 heart. She has 1, that's 3. My heart is 4. So where does the other 2 come from? Yeah, we can get 5, but we can't get higher. So basically we wait for storms and we give her a mop and we're good. So we didn't actually need to go to that floor because, yeah, it's still okay. Like, I'll find other uses for it, but I really need core at this point. Oh, hang on. We are also in spring, so let me just double check. I think it's sky scale and forge? Scale, forge, and moon. Right, sky is for the fishermen. Well, okay. Actually, let's think about that. So if I get 2 scale from a miner, I can get another 2 scale with fear, I think. Okay, so we can, with fear, we can get a miner up to yeah, and then I guess with health, we can bring that up to 5. Yeah, but we need 6. So it may be that there's some scale instruments that I haven't realized. I should probably do a bit of an audit in terms of what tools I have available to me, because like obviously you've got little things like Rose and Moon, and I mean in the end we are at the point now where that 1 point on the margin does actually matter. But yeah, in terms of rooms, let's settle that last one right now. So, the heart-haunted room. The light of this room dims and pulses of sunset red over and over in a half-hearted heartbeat that matches the crashing of the waves below. It'll need careful exorcism from someone attuned to these influences. Stores. At the time of the Prayer Book Rebellion in 1549, Hendrik used this room as a prison cell for unfortunate locals, including the cunning man and rebel ringleader, Red William, who had boasted of the curse he placed on Hendrik's heirs. There will be no seventh of his line. There is a story told in Brandkrug village that Hendrik came to speak with the imprisoned William in person. There will be no second of your line, he told him, and had him gelded there in the very cell and cast into darkness of the caves below the house. There is another story that Eva de Wolf once answered an importunate suitor by bringing him there to his room, to this room, and pointing out a stain upon the stones. Good lady, that. Tier Unlimited drinking coca. All right, well, or cocoa. Now I know where to get a replacement. Bottled candle. An admirable combination of two utterly disparate elements. Quite genius. Schloss Jannings bottle. A dry aromatic white wine. And Contraband Flotsam. So this one I think we consider and we get sight. I don't think we actually wind up opening it. Skinshuck Mead, the moss gifts to the devotees' old form. They could shed their skins and don the skins of beasts. So it gives some scale, which is good, but this is clearly best for moth. Box of rarities. Okay, so definitely lots of things to open. A basket of clean towels, a bath time luxury, and a material, something with the potential to become something if I put it in something. Do I get to do laundry in this game? Isle water from Brandkrug's Deep Springs, Eigengrau, a hurricane lamp, another saw, paraffin, kerosene. Paraffin for bright flame, kerosene for the brightest flame. Steel wire, the colonel's metal. Clinking spanners. When you need them, you need them. Contraband jetsam. Glue, a substance that confirms the continued proximity of things to other things. A slim parcel, carefully wrapped in brown paper. Green paint, trees are rarely this color. Pink paint, people are never this color. Yellow paint, this paint is nothing like the sun. Moss green, the wood is probably not this color. Blue, the sky is rarely this color. Let's put my moth gold. Moths are seldom this color. Ugh. Shameful. Oh wow, there's more. Palest blue. Snow is not quite this color. Yellowing newspaper. It's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. It feels very deliberate. Okay. So, no books, but this was actually a pretty useful little place. Plain stool, the most reliable object imaginable. How old is it? So unless I want to be going to the blockaded stairs, that's it for that exploration. Okay, so the wrecked pantry requires 7 heart, 7 nectar, 7 moon, 7 nectar, 6 knock, 6 scale, 9 heart, lantern, moon, or winter. So again, I guess I got up to 7 at some point. Let me think about that. Okay. So there's not going to be snow. So we start with 6. We can get up to 7 with a drink. And I don't know if we have a winter tool. Yeah, probably not worth following up on. So honestly, our best bet here is still Heart and Moth, neither of which are going to be kind of priorities. So my Moth option, really, it's Autumn. Wait, was it Autumn? No, it's Summer. Okay, well, I mean, it's just one season away, so... yeah, I don't know. I think I have a pretty clear game plan moving forward. So if I can figure out something clever with the scale, I'll do it. It does get me just one more room though. We didn't wind up with a fog, so I wasn't able to bring Reverend Timothy in on that. Excuse me. So what do I do? We wait for morning because I would like to know whether or not we're in Numa. And then we start reading books. So, books that I have a realistic chance of reading: Lady Ava's Repose, Ettery After, The Other Line, Deoris Book 2, Stolen Histories. Okay, so basically everything. And again, the temptation is to like read them all at once. Actually, okay, there are worse ways of doing that. So if we know in the morning that we're not in Numa, then sure, like we read them all at once. If they all have lessons learned, then maybe I have a problem. If they don't, we can just use the talk verb to, speaking of, I can identify my visitor's interests and satisfy them with an appropriate skill or book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. So I am going to learn Crack Track. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of a primal language that we rather underwhelmingly call Crack Track, because there is no name for that language in that language. So I'm going to fall into the trap that I did last time, which is we're going to cross over the day. We'll see what's coming up. I'll just bring in Mrs. Kill. Arab doesn't do too much for me on its own. And again, assuming that we're not in Numa, I think we go crazy on the books. All right, it is not Numa. The skill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. And it's a sunny day. Okay, so it never hurts to take a minute to think about. Okay, so I suppose technically out of that, well, this is the same as just having revelation. So 6 for Reverend Timothy. So let's say theoretically we had a tool. I'm never going to get that right. Okay, so I can get Lantern 8 for sure. With a tool, I can get it to 9. So what's that lantern tool? It used to be the librarian's glasses, I think. Yeah, not worth thinking too carefully about. So we're working on bringing Mrs. Kill in. Let's get reading. Now the level 6 winter one actually is going to be a bit of a challenge. We'll go for the easy stuff first. Let's go Pale Desk. To a conclusion, I can master the mystery in this book with enough winter to match mystery winter. Next up. 4 health. Piece of cake. Okay, but I don't have a desk that takes health. Yes, I do. Deoris. We're not using Ava's desk yet. I think hammer time is sufficient. Forge. Scale. Forge and scale. Mystery and mastery. Books are the memory that does not die. Add aspects. Oh, for heaven's sake. Kindled flame. I can master the mystery in this book. Can I bring this home by reading all of the available books without memories? Do I even have an open desk? Yep. And it takes scale, no less. Look at that. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to save it here because there's always going to be another excuse to delay the game, and I'm already an hour later than I was planning on wrapping up. But we're in a pretty good spot here. So the game plan's going to be I think I'm just going to wind up talking with Mrs. Kill a lot just for some random memories because I have the only thing I really know I'm going to need is some kind of winter memory. That's about the only thing that I know for sure. Everything else, it's potentially going to give me lessons learned and allow me to move up the skills, but you know, it's not clear which one is going to give me a lesson learned and which one is just going to give me well, what else would it give me? Sorry, what I mean is lessons learned for skills that I don't already have. So it's a little bit easier to give up the first minute of the day into, into sort of figuring out the lay of the land, study what we have to, And then when the time comes, we can... I think I can actually use the same desks to turn those into skill. Like if they're new skills, I can use the same desks to turn them into new skills. And then if they're all ones that I already have, some of them will be used to generate certain types of memory, and then the rest will be used to... so there's rotation where there's a bunch that are used to generate particular memories, and then the consider verb is used to actually implement the level up. So I think we'll be in good shape in terms of applying all of the lessons from reading everything in the waiting room all at once. And then again, if we wind up with like a regret or a hindsight or something like that, we can read Lady Ava's Repose. We just need something to push the Ragged Crossroads over the edge. And then the hope is... Did I not get any new skill? Doesn't feel right. Yeah, my hope is that at some point we find a way of getting a core. Because that's actually really... The lack of core is something that's really been keeping me from some pretty cool stuff up there. After that, there's going to be two things I've kind of held off on. I've held off engaging with this very deeply, but there's going to be... Well, sorry, there's also 2 bits of cataloging that we can do, but that's fine. We'll take care of that later. But yeah, the thing that I've kind of been holding off on... So number 1, I need to try and find a cure for my disease. Now, I kind of figured that it would be in this room. Because I think this is where the apothecary stuff... This is where Natan of Regensburg lived. So there may be some material related to curing what ails me in this region here. That, of course, means connecting with crafting. And in a similar sense, this is also going to be where I confront the Rattling Bridge. I do need to figure out how to make an ink. So the most likely thing I'm going to do is try and find some way of building building an ink out of the Revolgan. But it's fair to say that I have I have a way to go. But yeah, I am intrigued, and I want to see where this all winds up. So was June 5th. So for those of you who are still sticking around, thank you very much for hanging out with me for Book of Hours, the Solar Beta. I believe there will be one more beta test after that. And then on August the 17th, we all get to enjoy the full version of this game. And I am very much looking forward to it. I'm delighted that I'm able to share this experience with you as it currently is. But if I'm able to take notes because I found something cool in the game that I want to, work out a relationship for, I prefer that to writing down the notes to, figure out what's going on in the with the bug reports and all of that. But anyways, that's it for me. Let's try and find someone to host tonight. It's an uncommon hour, so let's see what's available. Nobody. All right, never mind. Sorry not to host, but I don't have anybody who's online at the moment, so thank you very much for watching, and I hope you all have a good evening. We'll see you, I guess, Wednesday at the latest. But yeah, I'll I don't know. I think probably for this week I'm going to focus on Book of Hours, and then when the beta is done, we can get back on track with things like Old World and all that. But have a good evening. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.